Chapter 3153. 3153 Cultivating Spiritual Power. 3153 Cultivating Spiritual Power. Young master is so pitiful. Huan Shui supported her chin with both hands and looked at Ling Han in a daze. Sigh, who would have thought that Brother Ling is such a capricious person, to actually go so crazy for love? Please allow me to sing a song in his honor, a tall, thin man said. He was one of the 10 captains, Fu Xiang. Oh my love, he began to sing, which also caused those around him to cover their ears. This guy was clearly tone-deaf, yet still had a good opinion of himself. He kept thinking that everyone would not appreciate him, and when he had the chance, he would use his singing voice to brainwash them, so that others would accept the fact that he was the god of songs. What are all of you doing here? Lien Xuerong walked onto the deck, a hint of displeasure on her pretty face. This was too outrageous. They were all warriors after all. Everyone hurriedly dispersed, and even the god of song fled in disarray. Ling Xuerong was even referred to as a cold-faced witch by them in private, so who wasn't afraid? Set off and return to the empire, Lien Xuerong said coldly. She glanced at Ling Han, and when she saw that he was still hugging that disc, she couldn't help but shake her head. This guy was really too obsessed, wasn't he? Forget it. When he returned to Huju City, she would give him a good training, then for sure he would not have the time to daydream. The warship shuddered, and had already taken flight. Although the warship was very big, and could accommodate a great many people, Lien Xuerong didn't bring many back with her. Only the younger generation of various sects and factions, Popol such as He Guan and the older generation, were left behind in their original forces. She was not interested in them at all. A 10 Meridians in his 70s was really too old. Even if he had cultivated to 12 Meridians, so what? Could he still fight? Mystical power would indeed become denser and denser as one's cultivation level deepened, but physical power was the complete opposite. After 70, it would decline, and after 100, a serious deficiency would appear in physical power. Unless one was like Sun Jianfeng, who could actually rely on his own trial and error to step into the blood transformation tier. That was a true prodigy. He Guan and the others were naturally displeased, but what could they do? Could it be that they could force Lien Xuerong? That would really be courting death. The warship headed north. The Dark North Nation was located in the extreme north of the Celestial Sea planet. However, Huju City was located in the southernmost part of the Dark North Nation, and it had only been established for 20+ years. With the warship speed, the journey would only take about half a month. In truth, the warship's speed was not very fast, but its advantage was that it could ignore all obstacles and travel non-stop day and night. Ling Han was still the same as before. Every day, he would hold on to the disc, and it was as if eating and sleeping had become his instinct. When it was time, he would eat something, and then lay down to sleep, not caring about anything else. Sigh, how deeply in love. Wang Feng sighed ruefully. I want to sing a song again, Fu Xiang said. When they heard this, everyone hurriedly ran away. Young master, Huan Shui was so anxious that she was almost tearing up. The heaven and earth had changed, and large amounts of wild beasts had evolved into demonic beasts. Not only were there demonic beasts on the ground, but there were also demonic beasts in the skies. There were also behemoths with wings that reached dozens of meters in length, or even over 100 meters in length. On their way, they encountered a few. Thankfully, with the light cannons on board, these demonic beasts did not dare to provoke them. 16 days later, a large black city appeared on the ground ahead of them. There were no tall city walls, and this city was open on all sides, with no boundaries. Hiss, how domineering. We're home. Wang Feng and the others all smiled. Their parents, wives and children were all here. The warship landed somewhere in the city. Boom. The ship shuddered violently. Ling Han suddenly came to his senses. He discovered that the white dot had moved. Was it an illusion? Or a misplaced vision caused by a shock? Ling Han picked up the disc again, and stared at the white dot. He thought to himself, move upwards. What surprised him was that this white had really moved upwards a little. Success, he had managed to cultivate spiritual power. A smile appeared on Ling Han's face, and he breathed a long sigh of relief inwardly. He felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Without proof, no matter how confident he was, he still felt a little uneasy. Right until this moment, when it was proven that he had really cultivated spiritual power, he naturally became relieved. A strong feeling of weariness assaulted him. Pang! Ling Han fell asleep facing the sky. On the way here, he had only slept for 3 hours a day, and under such accumulation of weariness, he was naturally extremely sleepy. When Ling Han woke up, he discovered that he was already lying on the bed, and this was no longer the warship, but rather a decent bedroom. That's right, he had cultivated spiritual power. Ling Han immediately got up and channeled his spiritual power. In this place it was also called spiritual power. The moment this spiritual power was being channeled, he realized that it was as if he had an additional pair of eyes, and could actually see what was behind him. No, in all directions, and there was no dead end. This was the effect of spiritual power. It was really too practical. Would anyone still be able to sneak attack him in the future? However, this required him to actively channel spiritual power, and spiritual power was the same as the mystical power in his body. There would come a time when it would be exhausted. If he continued to cultivate and strengthen his spiritual power, he would naturally be able to channel it for a longer period of time. Naturally, Ling Han used spiritual power to observe himself. He wanted to see his meridians. When spiritual power was shifted onto himself, boom, it was as if he had entered into a new world. This was a dimension that had been nurtured from the countless cells in his body. He was like an immortal, and could see all the mountains and rivers on every dimension, every blade of grass and every tree, man and beast. The Empress, who knew his parents, son, and daughter. A gratified expression appeared on Ling Han's face. He had finally seen his family again. Though they had only been apart for a few months this time, which was far from the time that he had gone into seclusion before, he was still filled with excitement. The flow of time in the two worlds was different. 1 year here was equivalent to 1,000 epochs in the Genesis world. However, with a sweep of his spiritual power, Ling Han felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Only 100 or so days had passed in the dimensions inside his body. Was this because he had been born from the divine stone and fused with the world here, so the dimensions in his body had also synchronized in time? That ought to be the case. Ling Han wanted to communicate with the Empress and the others, but discovered that he could only see, as if he was a soul that had no physical body. Though his spiritual power had swept over them repeatedly, the Empress and the others did not react at all. It looked like this was because his spiritual power was too weak. This was equivalent to giving him a calming pill. As long as his spiritual power became slightly stronger, he would be able to communicate with the Empress and the others, and if he was even stronger, he might be able to release them. Good. This was really very good. Young master, you're awake? The little female attendant appeared, her face filled with pleasant surprise. Ling Han got up, and seeing that he was very hungry, he asked, "Is there anything to eat?" Yes. Huan Xue hurriedly nodded. Young master, you slept for 3 days and 3 nights. You scared Huan Xue to death. She patted her chest with all her might, as if she wasn't afraid of her chest being flattened at all. He had slept for so long. It looked like he had overdrawn his body greatly. Ling Han got off the bed. The living room was right outside the bedroom. It was very small area. Huan Xue brought over dishes and rice, and Ling Han began to eat. After filling his stomach, Ling Han asked, "Where's my disc?" I don't know," Huan Xue said, her gaze flickering. Ling Han's expression became serious. Young master. Huan Xue was instantly scared pale, and she said, "Just forget about the Banner Lord Lien. Big Brother Wang and the others already said that Banner Lord Lien definitely won't fall in love with anyone. You're just digging your own grave and hurting yourself." What was going on here? Chapter 3154. 3154 There's a formations shop. 3154 There's a formations shop. Ling Han's mouth twitched slightly. Who in the world told this little girl that he had fallen in love with Lien Xuerong? Where do you keep getting these crazy ideas? He shook his head. That is the divine intent disc. It's used to cultivate one's spiritual power. Only now did Huan Shui realize that she had made a mistake. She couldn't help but blush, feeling very embarrassed. She took out the Divine Intent disc from the drawer and handed it over to Ling Han. In the end, she did not dare to throw it away. Ling Han shook his head with a smile. After taking the Divine Intent disc, he began to push that white dot again. With his spiritual power, the white dot moved. However, the veined patterns were like a wall, and thus the white dot could only move within the grooves. This was a labyrinth. Ling Han stimulated the white, and very soon, he encountered a dead end. Then, he retreated and found a new path. After a while, he felt mentally weary, and could not continue. Practicing over and over again like this, one's spiritual power would be slowly strengthened. Ling Han nodded. So that was the case. With my rate of advancement, is it considered fast or slow? Because his spiritual power had already been exhausted, and there didn't seem to be any way to recover it quickly, Ling Han went to study formations instead. He grasped more and more basic formation patterns, and believed that he could already lay out some simple formation patterns. Let's take a look around the city. He did not bring his little female attendant with him, but rather walked around the city by himself. Huju City was much larger than the ancient Dao sect. The architectural styles here were diverse. There were ancient stone and wood buildings, as well as high-rise buildings made of steel and concrete. There's a formations shop? Ling Han stopped at the entrance of a shop. The words, "There's a formations shop," were written on it. A very unique name. Ling Han thought for a moment, then walked into the shop. This shop wasn't big, and Ling Han was able to walk straight in. Moreover, it was only a single-story building. Compared to the high-rise buildings in the surroundings, it seemed very out of place. There was an old man sitting lifelessly in the shop. He was resting with his eyes closed. Even though he clearly heard someone enter, he didn't open his eyes to greet the customers. Just like the name of the store, the old man had a lot of personality. Ling Han looked around. Every set of formations was placed in a glass display case. There was only the name of the formations and a brief description, as well as the price. The staff in this shop was very lazy, so lazy that he would rather write down all the information than speak to others. The formation techniques are really expensive. Ling Han was dumbfounded. Even the cheapest set of formation techniques would cost 10,000 Dark North coins. Dark North coin was the currency issued by the nation. Outside of the Dark North nation, this currency was useless. However, in the Dark North nation, no matter what kind of transaction it was, it would have to be paid in Dark North coins. Otherwise, there would be severe punishment. And the Dark North coin was linked to the Jade Seed. One Jade Seed could be exchanged for 100 coins. In other words, the cheapest formation was equivalent to 100 Jade Seeds. This was very, very expensive. For example, Wang Feng and the others only received a monthly allowance of 5,000 coins. Moreover, this was only because they were captains of the Xianqing banner. For normal solidars, they would only receive a monthly allowance of 800 coins. "Old man, are there any formations for sale?" Ling Han asked. The old man opened his eyes, his expression filled with impatience. "Brat, is there something wrong with your eyes or your brain? Isn't it written very clearly already?" TSK, he could actually do business like this. Ling Han chuckled and said, "Uncle, you've misunderstood. I don't want to buy completed formations, but the diagram of formations that I could set up." The old man revealed an astounded expression. He raised his head and surveyed Ling Han carefully. "Brat, you want to learn formations?" "That's right." Ling Han nodded. The old man laughed loudly. "If you were the disciple of some formation master, you naturally would not have to find formations to examine. That must mean you are studying formations on your own. And you have cultivated spiritual power?" Ling Han chuckled and didn't reply. In the entire Dark North nation, there weren't many people who had cultivated spiritual power, so it was best for him to hide his strength for a while. The old man cast a second look at Ling Han, then took out a book from a drawer behind him, and tossed it over to Ling Han. "Take it." "How much?" Ling Han asked. "I'll give it to you." The old man waved his hand. "It's just an old book. It's not worth much." Ling Han gave an "oh," and said, "Then thank you, uncle." He stuffed the book into his robes. It was really very thin. If you've mastered formations, you can bring them to our store for consignment, and we'll collect a 10% fee for the sale, the elder said. Ling Han smiled, all right. He turned to leave. After a while, another person walked in, his expression appearing very respectful. Greetings, Uncle Nyo. This was an old man that looked to be in his 60s, but he was hale and hearty in spirit. He was dressed in long robes, and had the air of nobility about him. The old man in the shop immediately closed his eyes, and acted as if he had not seen anything. He was putting on airs. The old man who had just arrived was called Gu Tianhe, and he was the chairperson of Huju City's Formations Association. Due to the unique nature of formations, his status was extremely high. Even if the city lord came, he would have to be polite in front of him. Hence, if outsiders saw this scene, they would definitely be so shocked that their eyes would pop out. What was going on here? Someone actually dared to put on airs in front of chairperson Gu. Gu Tianhe smiled bitterly. Who asked this old man to be his senior? And one with a terrible temper at that. He continued, it's almost time for the formations competition that is held once every 3 years. The branch needs to select a person to go to the imperial capital. Tianhe would like to ask Uncle if there is anyone that he would like to recommend. Actually, as the chairperson of the Formations Association that ruled over the city, it was entirely up to him to decide who he would send to the imperial capital to participate next year. However, this Uncle Nyo of all people was his senior. He had to come and ask for instructions, even if it was just for show. Get out. Don't come and bother me. Uncle Nyo waved his hand, looking completely annoyed by the other person. Gu Tianhe could only turn around and leave. This was not outside of his expectations. He only felt that it was a pity. In the past, Niu Huaqing had been so full of vigor, but now, life was ever-changing. Ling Han walked around again. There were alchemical pills, formations, conventional weapons, firearms, and so on and so forth being sold here. Conventional weapons were mainly prized for their sharpness and sturdiness, while firearms were limited to normal caliber guns. This was actually not much of a deterrent to cultivators above 6 meridians. However, there were actually talisman weapons sold here. This was expensive, and it was not just any ordinary price. In fact, it was not something that could be sold just because you had the funds. One also had to have a corresponding status. At present, Ling Han was a savage. Of course, he could not buy firearms or even cold weapons. He observed them from behind the counter, and discovered that the descriptions for these talisman weapons weren't written with ink or other materials. Instead, they were written with blood. Strange. He thought for a moment, but still decided to go back and fiddle with the formations. Ling Han returned to his residence, and began to flip through the book on formations. Chapter 3155. 3155 Taking Down a Notch. 3155 Taking Down a Notch. This was a psychedelic formation, and it was extremely simple. It could only target Meridian opening tier elites, and if one had attained the blood transformation tier, they would be able to influence the power of heaven and earth with a single punch, thereby breaking through the formation. Formations were used to stimulate and change the great power of heaven and earth. This would require 36 basic formation patterns to be inscribed on the 9 formation foundations. When inscribing formation patterns, one would also need to instill spiritual power into the formation patterns. Otherwise, those would only be dead patterns. I'll try it out with ordinary wood first. Ling Han had already learnt these 36 formation patterns, but because all the formation patterns would slowly disappear in his mind, he first studied the corresponding formation patterns carefully before inscribing them. Then, he stimulated his spiritual power and began to carve on the wood. 1, 2, 3. After drawing 9 formation patterns, the spiritual power that he had recovered with great difficulty was once again exhausted, and he could only stop to rest. At night, a soldier came over and informed Ling Han that he would report to the base of Xueqi Banner tomorrow morning. Ling Han pondered for a moment and decided to take a good rest. The next day, Xueqi Banner's base, Team 7. The 8 team members all looked towards the entrance of the camp, as if they were anticipating someone to come. Today, the new deputy captain is coming. Hee, I really want to see how handsome this guy is, to actually be able to enchant even our banner lord. We definitely have to take him down a notch, and make him retreat in the face of difficulties. Without true strength, to say nothing of being our captain, he wouldn't even be qualified to join Xueqi banner. That's right. A sturdy man of about 35 or 36 years old nodded. Little Zhang later, you go and challenge this deputy captain. All right. A young man who looked to be in his 20s nodded, while the others crossed their arms over their chests. They were sure that Zhang Honglang would be enough to deal with him. At this time, a young man appeared at the entrance to the base camp. It was Ling Han. Is it that brat? Probably. I've never seen him before, and he fits the description as well. He looks to be in his late teens. All right, let's wait for him to come. The members of Team 7 were all rubbing their fists, waiting for Ling Han to come over. The camp of Xueqi banner was very large. Though there were only about 100 people in the whole camp, and even with the support staff, there would not be more than 200, this camp took up about 10 acres of land. Because this was outside the city, they could choose any empty land. Ling Han strode forwards, heading towards where Team 7 was. There was absolutely no need to worry that he would not be able to find the location, because there was a flag erected where every team was located. On it were the words First Unit, Second Unit, and so on. So you are Ling Han? 8 men of varying ages approached. Ling Han swept an eye over them and said calmly, if I'm not wrong, you guys are members of Team 7, and if I remember correctly, I just happen to be your deputy captain. He paused, then continued, is this how you guys greet the deputy captain? Hee, if you want to be our deputy captain, you have to first obtain our approval. Otherwise, you would only be nothing in front of us, a sturdy man in his 30s said. That's right, the deputy captain should be our brother Lu instead. The youngest young man, Zhang Honglang, said. This brother Lu was called Lu Jing, and his cultivation level was 11 Meridians. He had been in Team 7 for close to 10 years, and was extremely experienced. Furthermore, he was a very loyal person, so he had naturally gained the support of the other team members. Oh, so you guys are going to take me down a notch? Ling Han asked with a smile. This isn't called taking you down a notch. We only want to spar with the deputy captain, Lu Jing said with a smile. He was extremely dissatisfied. Their former deputy captain had been killed in the beast suppression mission not too long ago, so he was naturally very upset about it. However, in terms of seniority, he should be the deputy captain, and not this young man that had popped out from who knows where. Ling Han took a look. The captain of Team 7 was Tang Hai, whom he had known since long ago at Sealed Mountains, but now, Tang Hai had not appeared. What did this mean? The other party must have known that his subordinates would target Ling Han, yet deliberately avoided revealing it. It was obvious that he wanted Ling Han to solve this problem himself. There was only one way to win the respect of these warriors' strength. Thus, even if Tang Hai appeared and helped Ling Han resolve this rebellion, these people would stop causing trouble now. But what about in the future? Would they submit to Ling Han? Ling Han smiled faintly. Since that was the case, then let's battle. Who's going to attack first? He asked as he looked at the 8 people. Me. Zhang Honglang called out. Since I'm the deputy captain, I'll let you have the advantage of one hand. Ling Han clasped his right hand behind his back. Zhang Honglang was instantly enraged, and shouted loudly, I don't need you to give me an advantage. Hee, make your move. Ling Han crooked a finger at his opponent with his left hand. Zhang Honglang hesitated for a moment before resolutely saying, You asked for this. Pang with a stamp of his feet. He charged towards Ling Han. He was at 10 Meridians. Before he drew near, his attack had already arrived. It turned into a crescent blade that charged towards Ling Han. Ling Han shot out a fist, greeting the other's attack. Pang, the power of the blows clashed, instantly forming a shockwave that spread out in all directions. In this exchange, the two of them were evenly matched. This brat can actually fight little Zhang to a tie? He's not as weak as the rumors sage. However, little Zhang hasn't used overlap yet. Once he uses it, that brat would definitely be no match. He came from a remote village after all. Tang Hai and the others had all said it. They definitely did not believe that Ling Han could defeat Zhang Honglang. Even just a tie was definitely impossible. Zhang Honglang's attacks were extremely fierce. He used both fists and kicks, and every move was a technique to kill. This was very normal. If soldiers did not cultivate the art of killing, what was the point of cultivating? Ling Han casually responded. Since they would all be his soldiers in future, he decided to go easy on him so that he would not lose too badly. The two of them were just embroiled in a lively battle when they suddenly heard a commotion coming from the entrance of the camp. There were also a great many people running towards that direction. What had happened? Little Zhang, stop first, Lu Jing said. Zhang Honglang stopped as he said. He turned around and asked, Brother Lu, what is it? Something seems to have happened. Lu Jing waved his hand. Let's go and take a look. Voila, in an instant, all 8 of them ran towards the entrance of the camp. What was this? Ling Han stroked his chin. This was a little awkward. He was just left out like this. He also strolled towards the entrance of the camp. He had just arrived there, when he saw a figure fall down from the skies. Pa, the figure just happened to land at his feet. Ha 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 ha, Xueqi banner is really led by a woman, nothing but a bunch of spineless be-it-stards. A voice rang out, instantly causing the dozens of soldiers at the entrance of the camp to all look furious. Chapter 3156. 3156 Provoked by the Yunmo banner. 3156 Provoked by the Yunmo banner. Surrounded by the crowd was a young man who looked to be only in his 20s. He was dressed in a tight-fitting black suit, completely outlining his slender yet well-built figure. A little bit behind him, there were 2 brawny men standing with their arms crossed over their chests. They were shirtless, and their arms were so thick that they could be compared to thighs. Judging by the color of their clothes, these 3 people were clearly different from the others. They were all dressed in black. These were the soldiers of Yunmo banner. Ling Han had previously found out that there were a total of 4 elite troops in the Huju city, and they were Xueqi banner, Dihuang banner, Tianhuang banner and Yunmo banner. These 4 troops were on the same side, and there was also competition among themselves. By the looks of it, Xueqi banner was the weakest of the 4 troops, whether it was in terms of overall strength or individual elites. It could not be helped. The Xueqi banner had only been established in the last 15 years, so in terms of background, it naturally could not compare to the other 3 teams. Furthermore, because the banner lord of the Xueqi banner was the only woman, in this world of martial arts where a man would have a greater advantage, they would naturally be viewed differently. The 4 teams frequently challenged each other, and the one who was provoked the most was naturally Xueqi banner. There was no other reason. They were too weak. And now, Yunmo banner had come to challenge them again. The young man looked disdainfully at the surroundings, his eyes looking down on everyone. Is there anyone who can fight? Haha, within 10 meridians, I can give you an advantage one hand, and even if it is in 11 meridians, it is not impossible for me to fight them. How arrogant. Someone from the Xueqi banner said through gritted teeth. Who will go up and deal with him? Sigh, it can't be helped. He's Zhu Lang, and although he can't be ranked in the top 10 among the younger generation, he can at least be ranked in the top 20. This kind of person would be the top prodigy of a city, and has a chance of entering the imperial capital in the future. But how could it be that we would just stand by and watch him act audaciously? The people of Xueqi banner were all incredibly furious, but this kind of challenge was also very particular. A 10 meridians naturally should be fighting against a 10 meridians, and an 11 meridians should be placed against another 11 meridians. And now, a 10 meridians had come from the Yunmo banner. If Xueqi banner had to mobilize an 11 meridians or 12 meridians to deal with him, then there would be no need for them to exist in the future. Moreover, Zhu Lang was indeed very powerful. No 11 meridians dared to say that they could firmly suppress him. If even an 11 meridians was defeated by him, then the whole Xueqi banner would lose face. Weak, truly weak. Zhu Lang shook his head, and said, the way I see it, there's no need for the Xueqi banner to exist at all. Huju City only needs 3 banners. This mockery was enough to drive anyone crazy. Zhu Lang, let me battle you. A young man jumped out and charged towards Zhu Lang. Zhu Lang sneered, and merely shot out a palm strike. Pang, that young man was sent flying. Like a scarecrow, he flew out of the crowd, and landed heavily on the ground, coughing up blood continuously. Too weak, he said coldly. However, at least you still dare to attack. You're not a coward, So cowardly that you don't even have B at LLS. B at starred. Another young man rushed out, but Zhu Lang merely shot out a kick. There was clearly still 3 meters between them, but the force of the kick had already reached him, and sent him flying. He had unleashed his power 3 meters without any weakening of force. This was the standard of 11 Meridians. No wonder this person was so arrogant. He was a 10 Meridians who possessed the battle prowess of the peak stage of 11 Meridians, so it did indeed qualify him to be as arrogant as this. If a 12 Meridians didn't appear, who could compete with him? Group battle. Hee. Then Xueqi banner would never be able to raise their heads high again. There's no need to fight such trash. Zhu Lang shook his head, his expression filled with disdain. In the huge Xueqi banner, aren't there any that can fight? Ha ha ha. The 2 brawny men from Yunmo banner behind him laughed loudly, similarly filled with disdain. Everyone was extremely furious. A few more young people jumped out to accept the challenge, but they were all sent flying with a single move. Among the 10 Meridians, there was really no one that could match Zhu Lang. Zhang Honglang moved, wanting to charge out. He really couldn't bear it any longer. Even if he was defeated, he would still fight. However, he had just raised his foot, when he felt a heavy weight on his shoulder. A hand pressed down on him, preventing him from taking the second step. He turned around to take a look. Wasn't this their cheap deputy captain? You're no match for him, Ling Han said calmly. Zhang Honglang raised a brow. So what if he wasn't a match? How could it be that he would choose not to fight just because of that? You coward, not only did you not dare to make a move, you did not even allow him to make a move either. You are definitely a coward. Coward, don't stop me. Zhang Honglang roared. However, no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't move a single inch. If he thought about this question carefully, he would definitely look shocked, but now that his anger had gone to his head, how could he still calm down to consider the problem? Hearing this, the Xueqi banner warriors in the surroundings all glared angrily at Ling Han, their eyes filled with disdain. What did they hate the most in the army? Cowards. It was inevitable that they would encounter incredibly powerful enemies. How could it be that they would retreat without a fight? No, what was needed at this time and of the highest priority was to help one another and unite, but the moment someone became a deserter, they would be done for. It was very possible that the whole team would be defeated in an instant. Hence, one after another, the young people rushed forwards fearlessly, knowing that they would definitely lose, and no one stepped forwards to stop them. This was for the sake of their pride, and for the sake of their glory. Wasn't this guy the deputy captain that had been newly promoted by the Banner Lord? Was such a coward even worthy? Just get lost. Ha ha ha. Zhu Lang laughed loudly, and looked towards Ling Han and Zhang Honglang. This is the smart move, but this also allowed me to see clearly that the Xueqi banner are only coward. The soldiers of the Xueqi banner were all howling in fury. This practically drove them mad with fury. To them, their glory was their life, and was more important than their lives. At this moment, their disdain for Ling Han was far greater than their hatred for Zhu Lang. Ling Han sighed. Why were these people so rash? He shook his head and said, I'm your captain, so it's not your turn to fight yet. With a light wave of his hand, Zhang Honglang involuntarily retreated. Tang, 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 he crashed backwards into the crowd. Ling Han strode toward Zhu Lang. Haha, coward, you've been embarrassed by others, so you had no choice but to run out? Zhu Lang sneered. What I hate the most are cowards and spineless be-it-stards. Against people like you, I won't send you flying with a single strike. Instead, I'll slowly deal with you. Ling Han smiled calmly. You speak too much nonsense. He shot forward like an arrow, then threw a heavy punch. Boom. He didn't use any techniques, and he just threw a simple punch. You're overestimating yourself. Zhu Lang sneered, and also threw a punch back at Ling Han. Pang! The two of them could release their power, and when there was a distance of 9 meters between them, the power collided. Then, Zhu Lang's expression changed drastically. It was as if the power he shot out had encountered a dam, and could not advance the slightest bit. Then, the dam turned into a boundless wave that surged towards him. Then he was sent flying. Just like those who had been sent flying by his strikes previously, he was sent flying out of the crowd. Then, he fell heavily onto the ground, coughing up blood continuously. Fuck. Chapter 3157 3157 Counterattack. 3157 Counterattack. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on here? Zhu Lang was actually sent flying with a single move. Though this guy was a 10 Meridians, his battle prowess was completely comparable to an 11 Meridians, even a peak stage 11 Meridians. Who could believe this? They all looked towards Ling Han. This young man looked to be a few years younger than even Zhu Lang, but his battle prowess was so strong that he practically looked like a monster. Good one, Captain Ling. Good fight. There was a scattered cheer. These were the 5 people who had witnessed Ling Han's terrifying power on the warship. Previously they had not dared to shout, fearing that they would be beaten to death by their companions, but now that Ling Han had sent Zhu Lang flying, they naturally had no more reservations. It was a shame that they hadn't been able to transfer to Ling Han's team. Otherwise, they would have been even more proud. Zhang Honglong's expression was filled with shock. For a moment, he couldn't wrap his head around it. Wasn't this deputy captain locked in a fierce battle with him? How could he manage to send Zhu Lang flying with a single punch? What was going on? This was incomprehensible. Idiot, the deputy captain was lenient towards you at that time. A member of Team 7 lightly smacked the back of Zhang Honglong's head. Only now did Zhang Honglang come to his senses. When he looked at Ling Han again, his eyes were filled with deep respect. His abilities were clearly far superior, but for the sake of his pride, he actually deliberately tied with him. TSK, what an exceptional captain. Ling Han smiled faintly and withdrew his fist. You speak so boldly, yet the result is that you are not the slightest bit durable. The entire Xueqi banner fell silent for a short while, then suddenly erupted in a thunderous roar. This was too satisfying. This new deputy captain was too awesome. Great, just beat him to near death. Who asked him to be condescending and arrogant? The other 2 soldiers from Yunmo banner also started to panic. What was going on? A 12 Meridians elite had made a move. They immediately said, how shameless, using an elite of 12 Meridians to suppress him. An unjust victory would only be more humiliating. They didn't believe that a 10 Meridians or 11 Meridians could defeat Zhu Lang with a single strike. Even the prodigies ranked in the top 10 in the city couldn't do it. Yes, perhaps the monster in the first place could, but it definitely couldn't be the person in front of them. Ling Han appeared calm and unruffled. You can eat whatever you like, but you can't speak irresponsibly. He charged out. Pang pang, 2 punches landed, and the 2 sturdy men were also sent flying. With his full power channeling, every meridian in his body emitted a faint glow, a total of 10 of them. His cultivation level of 10 meridians was clear at a glance. The members of Xueqi banner all became excited. Some roared at the sky, some raised their weapons high and brandished them repeatedly, while others danced around in joy. On the other side, Zhu Lang finally got back to his feet slowly. Although he had been sent flying, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. It was just that he couldn't think straight for the moment, so he continued to lie on the ground. How had he lost? Who are you? He asked. Xueqi banner, the deputy captain of Team 7, Ling Han said calmly. Deputy captain. That would have to be in 11 Meridians, at least. In fact, in some teams, it wouldn't be strange for a 12 Meridians to be the deputy captain. And to be able to send him flying with a single punch, that definitely had to be the power of 12 Meridians. Fuck. A 12 Meridians was bullying him with his advantage of a higher cultivation level? He was defiant. Your Xueqi banner is really too shameless. You actually sent a 12 Meridians to sneak attack me. Zhu Lang said through gritted teeth. Pooh. Everyone's expressions were filled with disdain, giving Zhu Lang a merciless mockery. 12 Meridians. Just now, Ling Han had already publicly announced that he was a 10 Meridians, just a 10 Meridians. If he couldn't win, he couldn't win, but he still had so many excuses. He really was a sore loser. Zhu Lang couldn't help but find it strange. What's with your expressions? You're clearly using an elite of 12 Meridians to suppress me. But why am I the one who looks like an idiot? Ling Han. Ling Han. The people of Xueqi banner all shouted loudly. In this moment, they had completely accepted this deputy captain. Hence, it was really very simple to win respect, as long as one had enough strength. Ling Han looked around and asked, "Where is the base of Yunmo banner?" Everyone was startled. What did Ling Han mean by asking this question? Someone who had quick reflexes immediately came to his senses, and said, "Deputy Captain, are you planning to challenge Yunmo banner?" Of course. Reciprocity requires reciprocation. How could they be the only ones to cause trouble? Ling Han said calmly. "I'll take you there. I'll bring you there too. I'm going too." All of a sudden, everyone was excited, as if they had been pumped full of adrenaline. All this while, it was the three great banners that had come to cause trouble, while Xueqi banner was forced to accept the challenge. Most of the time, they had to swallow the bitter fruit of defeat, and allow their opponent to humiliate them as they liked. It could not be helped. There really was no elite-level prodigy to turn the tide. Now that Ling Han said he was going to launch a counterattack at Yunmo banner, it naturally ignited the emotions that had been suppressed in everyone's hearts. Everyone raised their arms and called out, wanting to work alongside Ling Han. Meanwhile, Lu Jing sighed inwardly. It was only an instant, and the members of Team 7 had all become Ling Han's loyal supporters. His position as deputy captain was already firm and unshakable. It had to be said that even he had been impressed by Ling Han. Following such a young, promising and heroic deputy captain should be very enjoyable. Charge! Everyone was shouting, as if they weren't going to Yunmo banner to challenge them, but going to war. Ling Han led the way, and almost all of Xueqi banner's troops were mobilized. Over 80 people surrounded Ling Han, as if he was Xueqi banner's bannerlord. Really, aside from Lien Xuerong, what other captain would have such prestige? Where should we go? Ling Han had just walked out of the base camp when he stopped and asked the person behind him. This question almost caused everyone to fall to the ground. Fuck. Right now, everyone's mood is hot as fire. However, your sudden question is far too demoralizing, no? However, hearing this, everyone laughed out loud. This deputy captain seemed to have a natural talent for jokes. "Let's walk to the left first," someone said as they led the way. Ling Han continued to lead the way, and the others followed behind him. Behind them, Zhu Lang and the other two men from Yunmo banner also followed. They were still a little dazed. What had gotten into these people from Xueqi banner today that they would actually dare to be so insolent at the base of their Yunmo banner? The encampments of the four banners were distributed in the four corners of the city. Thus, no matter which part of the city was in turmoil, there would always be an elite troop that could move out quickly to suppress the unrest. Thus, there was still some distance from here to Yunmo banner. After walking for about an hour, Yunmo banner's army camp was finally within sight. They discovered the camp, and the people in the camp also discovered them. Of course, there were sentry posts here. Otherwise, if they encountered the barrage of attacks from demonic beasts, wouldn't they die without even knowing that they were going to die? Instantly, the camp sounded the alarm. Fuck, a dark mass of people surged over. This lineup was really too big, wasn't it? In a short while, a large group of people rushed out of the camp's entrance. Some of them weren't even dressed completely, looking extremely disheveled. Weren't these the people of Xueqi banner? Have you all come to fight a war? Chapter 3158. 3158 Challenging Yunmo banner. 3158 Challenging Yunmo banner. Xueqi banner. What do you guys want? In the camp, someone shouted and asked. Although Xueqi banner was the weakest of the four banners, they weren't much weaker either. Once a huge battle broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if Yunmo banner won, it was inevitable that they would be severely punished. Those in a higher position were most afraid of chaos in the army. Could it be that the Xueqi banner, no longer able to bear the humiliation, had finally exploded? We have come to issue a challenge. Just Yunmo banner are allowed to issue a challenge, and we can't do the same? Challenge! The members of Xueqi banner all shouted in excitement. This was something that had never happened before, and it made their blood boil with excitement. The people of Yunmo banner all exchanged looks. A challenge. Have you all taken the wrong medicine today? Right at this moment, Zhu Lang and the others walked over. Captain, Xueqi banner has gone too far. They mobilized 12 Meridians and beat up Xiao Lang. A sturdy man immediately said. We protested for a while, and they beat us up as well, the other sturdy man said. Zhu Lang, on the other hand, remained silent. In this way, the entire Yunmo banner was in an uproar. Fuck, your Xueqi banner is really too shameless, isn't it? How shameless? Brothers, grab your weapons, let's do it. The people of Yunmo banner all shouted, raising their weapons high. Ling Han stepped out bravely. If things continued to develop, it would become a gang fight. I was the one who defeated Zhu Lang. He raised his voice. Eh? The people of Yunmo banner all looked at Ling Han in shock. This was the 12 Meridians. But he was too young, wasn't he? By the looks of it, he was not yet 20 years old. Indeed, if it was a battle of 12 Meridians against 10 Meridians, that would be bullying, but if both of them were around the same age, that would be another matter. It is your cultivation speed that is too slow, so you can't blame others, right? I am 10 Meridians, Ling Han said seriously. He said calmly, however, I don't mind who you send. Whether it is 10 Meridians, 11 Meridians, or 12 Meridians, I will accept them all. He channeled his power, and the 10 meridians that had already been opened in his body immediately emitted a faint light. It really was 10 meridians. The people of Yunmo banner were both shocked and curious. They all turned their eyes to Zhu Lang. Was this really the person who had defeated him? Meanwhile, Zhu Lang's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe this at all. Ling Han was really 10 meridians. Fuck, he had been defeated by 10 meridians. How was this possible? His natural talent in cultivation was enough to be ranked in the top 20 in the whole city. There were only a limited number of people that could defeat him, and at present, there were even fewer that were 10 meridians like him. To say the least, even if those few people moved, it was definitely impossible that they would be able to defeat him with a single punch. This was completely one-sided. Seeing that Zhu Lang did not speak, the people of Yunmo banner naturally could not confirm either. Let me fight you, 10 Meridians martial artist jumped out. It was impossible that no one would accept a challenge when an opponent was calling out right at their doors. He charged towards Ling Han, but before he could even throw a punch, he was sent flying with a slap from Ling Han. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Fuck. So powerful. The people of Yunmo banner all thought internally. To defeat a cultivator of the same cultivation level with a single strike, he was definitely on the level of a prodigy. Even among those noble families in the city, he could at least be ranked in the top 20. When did the Xueqi banner recruit such a prodigy? Good one. Xueqi banner's soldiers roared. Some of them almost screamed their throats out. They had been waiting for this moment for too long. Next, Ling Han said calmly. This kind of careless, relaxed attitude caused Yunmo banner to burn with fury, while Xueqi banner was filled with high spirits. I'll go. Another 10 Meridians cultivator leaped out and charged at Ling Han. However, he would only be delivering himself up to be defeated. Next. Ling Han didn't say anything extravagant, and his expression was extremely calm. However, it was this kind of uncaring display that caused the people of Yunmo banner to feel greatly humiliated. In Ling Han's eyes, could they be considered a match at all? You are really too condescending. Ah! A person rushed out with a roar, yet was easily sent flying with a palm strike from Ling Han. He would again deal with the next one with a single palm strike. After a consecutive 7 people, Zhu Lang finally stepped out, faced the people of Yunmo banner and said, 10 Meridians and even 11 Meridians can't possibly be a match for him, because I was defeated by him in a single move. He really didn't want to see his comrades being defeated one after another, so he revealed the scandal of him being instantly defeated by Ling Han in front of everyone. What? Had Zhu Lang really been defeated by this young man? 10 Meridians against 10 Meridians, instantly defeated with a single move. This. The people of Yunmo banner all fell silent. Even Zhu Lang had been defeated, so who in the same cultivation level could be a match for Ling Han? Ling Han's eyes swept over them. Next. But this time, no one else from Yunmo banner came out to fight. Those who are 12 Meridians, come out. Ling Han crooked a finger at them. I don't mind. The people of Yunmo banner remained silent for a while longer. Only then did a man in his 30s walk out. There was a long scar at the corner of his lips, and his hair was disheveled, looking like he was a maniac. Luo Ziyuan. He pointed at himself. I will only use 10 moves. If you can block them, then it would be considered that our Yunmo banner has lost today. Captain Luo. The people of Yunmo banner all exclaimed in shock. N? Luo Ziyuan glanced at everyone. You guys don't believe me? Everyone stopped talking. This Luo Ziyuan was known as Yunmo banner's #1 god of war, and among 12 Meridians, he could be considered one of the top elites. If Luo Ziyuan was also unable to defeat Ling Han, then unless the Bannerlord was dispatched, there would be no one in the entire army that could be a match for Ling Han. The problem was, if it was only limited to 10 moves, wasn't that too little? Luo Ziyuan strode out. His figure was really tall, about 7 feet tall. He was so sturdy that he was at least as wide as 3 Ling Hans. The moment he walked out, his figure instantly cast a long shadow. The difference in size was too obvious. In front of him, Ling Han looked like a child. 10 moves. Luo Ziyuan said solemnly, I won't bully you either. The fact that a 12 Meridians was fighting a 10 Meridians was already bullying them to the point that they could be no more bullied than that. However, who asked that there was really no one under the 12 Meridians that could restrain Ling Han? Ling Han smiled calmly, whatever. Luo Ziyuan took a deep breath. Pu. All the veins in his body pulsated, releasing a powerful sound. It was as if there was a monster hidden in his body that was about to break out of his body. His hands actually turned crimson red, with steam rising from them. Crimson Flame Palm. Captain Luo has used his strongest move. This is a secret technique that Captain Luo obtained from an ancient site. Its might is boundless. No wonder Captain Luo said the limit of 10 moves. This is actually no different from 100 or 1,000 moves. The people of Yunmo banner were all excited. That godlike strongest captain of theirs was about to show his might. Ling Han smiled faintly. This crimson flame palm might be very powerful, but it was obvious that Luo Ziyuan wasn't able to unleash its full might. Otherwise, there should be flames entwined around his hands, and not just heat. Charge! Luo Ziyuan roared as he charged over. Chapter 3159. 3159 Protecting her own people. 3159 Protecting her own people. Luo Ziyuan's physique was astonishing, and as he charged forward, it was as if a massive beast was barreling towards him. Merely this aura alone was enough to scare a great many people to death. Scram! He roared loudly. Clapping his palms together, he delivered a palm strike at Ling Han. Boom! Endless power rolled out, turning into a powerful gust of wind. This attack was a little strong. Ling Han used the 4 directional fists to greet his opponent. Pang! In an exchange of blows, Ling Han's figure instantly slid back, while Luo Ziyuan stood proudly like a mountain. Ling Han took 3 steps back, then 2 steps back. Then, he took another 20+ steps back. This brawny man had attained the 6th layer in terms of power overlap. Ling Han was surprised. Up until now, this was the person with the most layers of power overlapping that he had seen. 4 directional fists couldn't win. Ling Han thought internally. 4 directional fists could only stack 2 overlapping layers of power, and his raw power was not as strong as Luo Ziyuan's. Thus, if he used the 4 directional fists against his opponent, he would be at a complete disadvantage. He didn't want to expose the demonic monkey fists, but he wasn't one to accept defeat. He clearly could win, so why should he lose on purpose? Let's do it. Good one, Captain Luo. Seeing that Luo Ziyuan had gained the upper hand with a single strike, the people from Yunmo banner all shouted loudly, cheering him on. One of the people from the Xianqing banner mocked. It's just a matter of a 12 Meridians bullying a 10 Meridians. What is there to be so proud of? The two sides were embroiled in a war of words, and Luo Ziyuan also launched another attack, racing towards Ling Han. Ling Han charged forward nimbly, actively parrying the attack. The demonic monkey fists was used, and he superimposed 7 overlapping layers of power. Pang 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 pang. He clashed with Luo Ziyuan. It was clearly just a single blow, yet it was as if they had exchanged 6 to 7 blows in an instant, with sharp sounds ringing out endlessly. Ling Han was sent backwards, but Luo Ziyuan was also sent backwards. Everyone was instantly confused. Who exactly was on the upper hand? Of course, only the 2 people involved knew best. Luo Ziyuan's expression was filled with seriousness. He was a peak stage 12 Meridians, and his power was as high as 50,000 kilograms. Ling Han was naturally no match for him, and there was a gap of about a few thousand kg between them. The problem was that Ling Han's layers of power overlap had surpassed his. Thus, in the previous 6 waves of clashes, he had gained the upper hand, but he had not thought that Ling Han would actually be able to fire out the 7th layer of power overlap, which instantly caused him to retreat continuously. Hiss, 7 overlapping layers of power. An expression of shock appeared on his face. It should be known that it was also because he had accidentally obtained the secret technique, Crimson Flame Palm, that he had been able to use 6 overlapping layers of power. This already made him practically invincible among the 4 banners. But now, a person had appeared, and in terms of compounding layers of power, he had actually surpassed him. Could he defeat his opponent within 10 moves? Difficult as ascending the heavens. Ling Han released a battle cry, and took the initiative to attack. He had never been the type to take a beating passively. Pang, pang, pang. He and Luo Ziyuan battled fiercely, and in practically the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had already exchanged 10 moves. However, Ling Han had no intention of stopping. Luo Ziyuan naturally couldn't stand there and take a beating. Thus, the 2 of them were still fighting very fiercely. Was 7 overlapping layers of power still not enough to deal with it? Ling Han shouted lightly, and overlapped his power to the 8th layer. Instantly, it was clear that he had the upper hand. Ling Han had to deal with his opponent as soon as possible. Meridian opening tier elites could only attack with their full strength for 2 hours. Even if his meridians were wider, and he could store more mystical power, with 8 times acceleration of expenditure, he would only be able to last for just over 20 minutes. Thus, he had to deal with Luo Ziyuan as soon as possible. Ling Han burst out again. If 8 overlapping layers of power were still unable to achieve a quick victory, then he would use 9 overlapping layers of power. This burst of power from an additional overlapping layer of power was equivalent to having an additional 12 meridians attacking him. This was definitely no joke. Boom! This kind of burst of power was not something that Luo Ziyuan could match. He just barely managed to last over a dozen moves, before he was struck by Ling Han's punch. He stumbled back more than a dozen steps, a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. He had lost. Luo Ziyuan had lost. All of a sudden, the entire Yunmo banner fell silent. It should be known that Ling Han was only a 10 meridians, and still had a massive room for growth. Now that Luo Ziyuan had lost, it meant that for a very, very long time, it was impossible that there would be another meridian opening tier that could threaten Ling Han. In fact, it could be said that Ling Han was already invincible in meridian opening tier. As long as one didn't advance into blood transformation tier, there would be no one at the same cultivation level as him. How could they not feel such dejection as if they had lost their parents? On the other hand, the people from Xueqi banner all roared in excitement. All of them looked as if they had been pumped full of adrenaline. This was really exalting. They had never felt so good before. Ling Han. Captain Ling. This seemed to have become the base camp of the Xueqi banner. It was filled with the roars of the Xueqi banner warriors. What are you shouting for? So noisy. The people from Yunmo banner were already displeased, so they were naturally even more infuriated upon hearing this. Can't we? We're so happy. The people from Xueqi banner were still excited, so how could they stop? Fuck! Someone couldn't bear it any longer, and threw out a rock. You dare to make a move? Beat him up. Boom! The situation immediately became irresolvable. At first, it was only a battle between a few people, but very quickly, it turned into a great battle royale. More than 100 people had gotten into a gang fight, and all of them were 10 meridians at least. When their power was released, they could easily injure others. The scene was really chaotic. Ling Han let out a battle cry. Group battles were his favorite activity. Stop! After at least 10 minutes, a voice filled with majesty and fury rang out. It was like thunder, causing everyone's ears to ring. Then their blood boiled, as if their heads were about to explode. Instantly, everyone stopped. There were even some whose eyes were bleeding. A man leaped over from the distance. He looked to be in his 40s, and his expression was slightly sinister. He was wearing a tight-fitting white suit, and it could be seen that there was a blood-like aura boiling on his body. An elite of blood transformation tier. Greetings, Banner Lord. The people from Yunmo Banner all knelt down. Although the members of the Xueqi Banner didn't kneel, they all lowered their heads slightly. This was a necessary respect for elites. This was the Banner Lord of Yunmo Banner, Ji Xiuyu. Are you trying to rebel? Ji Xiuyu asked coldly. His voice wasn't loud, yet it was enough to make people feel discomfort in their chests. It was as if all the blood in their bodies were about to boil. Blood transformation tier elites were too strong. This was a kind of qualitative suppression. You actually dare to cause trouble in the base camp. You guys are really outrageously bold. He swept an eye over all of them. Xueqi Banner, what is going on with you guys? It's just a spar, so what need is there for Banner Lord Ji to make such a fuss? A gentle and melodious voice rang out, and Lian Xuerong's figure appeared as well. She was standing in front of Ji Xiuyu. Wrapped in tight-fitting attire, her figure was shapely and curvaceous. You call this sparring? Ji Xiuyu pointed at the crowd, and many people were bleeding and battered. If it's not sparring, then what is it? Lian Xuerong said coldly. She turned her head and said to the people of Xueqi Banner, You guys have a lot of free time, right? Looks like I haven't drilled you guys hard enough. Scram back with me immediately, and in the next 10 days, your daily training will double. TSK, she was so protective of her own people. When such a huge matter was spoken from her mouth, it was like the two teams were just playing house. Hearing these words, the people from Xueqi Banner all looked bitter. Their training volume had doubled. They were going to have a hard time. Chapter 3160. 3160 Penalty. 3160 Penalty. What are you standing around for? Get lost. Lian Xuerong said with a cold expression. The people of the Xueqi Banner hurriedly retreated. Lian Xuerong had absolute authority in their hearts. Ling Han followed behind. At this time, he had best not stand out. After returning to Xueqi Banner, not long after, Lian Xuerong returned. Her expression was cold, and she shouted harshly, All of you come here. All the team members walked out, all of them as obedient as children. How dare you all, to actually run over Yunmo Banner for a gang fight? Humph, why don't you all just go straight to the heavens then? Lian Xuerong rebuked coldly. No one spoke, all of them with their heads bowed. What is it? Now you know fear? Lian Xuerong said. She swept an eye over everyone, and the expression on her face gradually eased, as she continued however, in the end, you have not embarrassed our Xueqi Banner. Of course we can all fight. Everyone immediately became lively again. Banner Lord, we will definitely not embarrass you. All of us are fierce, every single one capable of fighting 10 people. However, after Lian Xuerong's pretty face stiffened, everyone fell silent again. In the Xueqi Banner, she had absolute authority. Tell me, what exactly is going on? She asked. A deputy captain walked over and explained the whole story. Lian Xuerong looked towards Ling Han, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. She had not thought that Ling Han would actually be so powerful. Not only had he defeated Zhu Lang, he had even defeated Luo Ziyuan. What a freakish freak. Previously, she had appointed Ling Han as deputy captain, out of admiration for Ling Han's talent. It was also on a whim, and she had not thought too much about it, but this time, she was really stunned. This brat was worthy of focused nurturing. All right, all of you go out for training. By evening, if anyone still has the strength to stand, from tomorrow onwards, the training volume will increase 10-fold. Lian Xuerong said coldly. Everyone was listless, and began to train. However, as they fought, ran and jumped, A smile slowly appeared on everyone's faces. Then, they became more and more excited. Today was really too awesome. Ling Han, follow me, Lien Xuerong said again. Sigh, he couldn't escape. Ling Han could only follow Lien Xuerong and enter her commander's tent in the camp. You're very good at fighting, aren't you? Lien Xuerong asked with a faint smile. Ling Han didn't know what she meant, so he simply smiled and said, not too bad, not too bad. In another month, there will be a martial arts tournament held in the city, and you will represent Xianqing banner in the tournament, Lien Xuerong said. Ling Han was surprised. There was actually no punishment, and he was only asked to participate in some martial arts tournament? He chuckled, then if I get first place, what kind of reward would there be? Lien Xuerong couldn't help but laugh in spite of herself. You don't even know who your opponents are, and you're already thinking of rewards? I have always been more confident, Ling Han said, slightly embarrassed. Lien Xuerong was speechless. After a while she said, this is a gathering that is held every year in Huju City. Getting first place is more of an honor. However, it's not without rewards, but it's different every year, so I don't know either. However, among your opponents, there are a few freaks that are quite extraordinary. The one ranked number 1 also has the ability to battle an opponent with a cultivation level that is superior to him by 2 cultivation levels. Only now did Ling Han's expression change slightly. There was actually someone who could battle against an opponent with a cultivation level surpassing 2 cultivation levels. A strong fighting spirit rose up in him. He really wanted to fight with this person. Lien Xuerong saw the fighting spirit on his face, and couldn't help but think, what kind of battle maniac is this guy? After learning of this kind of opponent, not only does he not feel the slightest bit of pressure, his fighting spirit actually soared? She continued, this person is already at 12 Meridians. It said that he can now advance into blood transformation tier. It's completely because of this tournament that he didn't break through. At 12 Meridians, and also possessed freakish abilities that could fight with a gap of 2 cultivation levels, so how was he supposed to defeat them? Could Ling Han reach 12 Meridians in a month? No, this was possible. Are there any restrictions in this tournament? Ling Han asked. For example, can formations be used as support? Do you really think you are a formation master? Lien Xuerong shook her head and said, you can't use talisman weapons, nor can you use high-level god tools. However, you can use formations. After all, in that little bit of time spent on the tournament stage, what formations could you set up? Hence, if you really could put it out, that would be your skill, and it would have to be recognized. Ling Han nodded. In this way, he would have a chance of winning. Bannerlord, can I ask for leave to prepare for next month's competition? Ling Han asked. He wanted to spend more time on formations, and not waste time on drills. Lien Xuerong thought for a moment then said, all right, but if you can't get into the top 4, I'll make you double the amount of training in the following month. All right, Ling Han nodded. She was really underestimating him too much. He was aiming for first place. He was just about to leave, when he turned around and asked, how is Sect Master Sun? He's fine. He's currently recuperating, and should need around a month's time, Lien Xuerong said casually. Only then did Ling Han leave. He had already asked for leave here, so Ling Han didn't feel much pressure. He began to study formations earnestly. He persevered in cultivating his spiritual power with the Divine Intent Disc every day, improving every day. This was just the beginning, so his improvement was very fast. 10 days later, he was already able to walk out of the labyrinth with the white on the Divine Intent Disc. After succeeding, the Divine Intent Disc continued to emit a white light, as if it was telling the people around him that someone here had completed the test for the Divine Intent Disc. And as his spiritual power increased greatly, Ling Han finally managed to create that psychedelic formation. With a casual toss, 9 formation foundations were distributed around him. He then stimulated them with his mental energy, and instantly, the formation was activated. Huan Shui, he called. Young master, what's wrong? Where are you, young master? Huan Shui entered the room. It was obvious that Ling Han was standing opposite her, but she overlooked him as if Ling Han wasn't there at all. Ling Han was surprised. This psychedelic formation also had an invisibility function. He walked out of the formation, yet gave Huan Shui a scare, and she patted her chest hard. With such a heavy smack, would her chest really not break? You walk forwards, Ling Han said. Huan Shui walked in a daze. To say nothing of the fact that this was a room, even if it was really a mountain of blades and a sea of flames in front of her, she would still step in without hesitation. Young master, why can't I see clearly? Inside the psychedelic formation, Huan Shui spread open her arms, as if she had entered an extremely dark environment alone. Nothing could be seen clearly. It's fine, Ling Han said. He stepped forward to put away the formation foundations, and instantly, Huan Shui was out in the open again. Young master, what happened just now? Her face was filled with confusion. A mere formation, Ling Han said. Formation? Huan Shui was still confused. Ling Han gave a simple explanation, and Huan Shui immediately gave an "oh." So young master spends all his time fiddling with that whatever disc for the sake of cultivating formations. I've always wondered what's so interesting about that little white dot swaying here and there. Ling Han looked at the little handmaiden, a hint of surprise on his face. Chapter 3161. 3161 Jealousy. 3161 Jealousy. You can sense the white dot and stimulate it? Ling Han asked. Yes. The little female attendant nodded, looking confused. Ling Han was surprised. This little handmaiden had actually developed spiritual power? Could it be that he had picked up a hidden gem? Take it. Ling Han tossed the divine intent disc over to Huan Shui. I'll give you a mission. Move that white dot every day. When you can push it out of the circular plate one day, tell me. Oh. Huan Shui nodded. She didn't know why Ling Han wanted her to do this, but since it was young master's command, she naturally could only obey. Ling Han smiled. Who knows, he might be able to nurture a little female attendant that was skilled in martial arts, alchemy, and formations. In that case, who knew how many people would be scared to death? Let's go and take a look at there's a formations shop. Since I want to refine formations, there should be suitable formation foundations and materials for sale there. Additionally, I should get another book on formations, and the best would be one on killing formation. He went out and headed towards there's a formations shop. In the city, at the Flower Blossom Pavilion. This was the highest grade entertainment venue in the city, a famous establishment for money squandering. It was said that if one entered through this door, it was impossible to leave without spending more than 1,000 Dark North coins. And in the most expensive private room of the Flower Blossom Pavilion, the Emperor's Pavilion, 3 young people were drinking. Each of them had a beautiful woman by their side. These women were all astonishingly beautiful, and could sing and dance well. Hey, I say, young Master Jun, haven't you gone to the Xueqi banner to look for that banner lord recently? The yellow-robed young man asked. The beautiful woman beside him was feeding him wine. Don't talk about it. The man called young Master Jun shook his head. He was tall and sturdy, and his face was also very handsome. However, there was an air of arrogance between his brows, which made him appear overbearing and arrogant. What is it? The other green-robed young man asked. Young Master Jun shook his head and said, I've been locked up by Master for the past 2 months, and he insisted that I master a formation before I could come out. Hearing these words, the other 2 young men looked envious. Young Master Jun, you really know how to show off. If I also had the talent to learn formations, I would have pounced on it long ago, the yellow-robed young man said. However, I heard that a great event happened in the Xueqi banner recently, the young man in green said slowly. What is it? Young Master Jun asked. Xueqi banner and Yunmo banner got into a gang fight, the young man in green said. Really? The yellow-robed young man asked first, his expression filled with interest. Tell me what is going on? The green-robed young man said, I heard that a prodigy cultivator has appeared in Xueqi banner. Not only did he defeat Zhu Lang, but he even went to Yunmo banner to issue a challenge. In the end, it is said that because his attitude was bad, it led to a battle royale. TSK, he can even defeat Zhu Lang? The yellow-robed young man was surprised. Amongst 10 Meridians, that brat's strength can be considered top-notch. It is only just among 10 Meridians. Young Master Jun took a sip of wine and said disdainfully. That's right. He is but a mere martial artist. How could he possibly compare to young Master June, an elementary-level formation master like you? The green-robed young man smiled, then paused, however. I heard that even the Banner Lord is extremely protective of this subordinate of hers. Not only did she not reprimand or punish him, she was instead worried that he would be injured, and had him take a long leave. Pa! A crisp sound rang out, and the glass cup in young Master June's hand had already been shattered. The shard stabbed into his hand, but because the skin of a cultivator was tough, they were unable to pierce through his skins. Really? He looked towards the green-robed young man. His eyes filled with killing intent. The young man in green nodded. Of course it's real. You could just ask anyone from Xueqi Banner? Young Master June could no longer be bothered to drink. He pushed the beauty in his arms aside, and strode off. Lien Xuerong was the exclusive property that he had his eye on for a long time, and now someone actually dared to compete with him, whether that brat was doing it intentionally or unintentionally. Even if it was just Lien Xuerong having one-sided feelings for him, that was not allowed. I say, Xuejian, is it really good for you to deliberately provoke him like this? The yellow-robed young man asked. The green-robed young man, Xuejian, chuckled and said, that brat called Ling Han has extraordinary abilities. With him around, I don't have the confidence to enter the top 4 in next month's tournament. Good one, Xuejian, how despicable. The yellow-robed young man sighed with emotion. With Yen Jun's petty nature, he would definitely keep an eye on that brat. 1 month's time would be enough for him to torment that brat half to death, and by then, you would have one less competitor. Xuejian broke into a smile, looking very bright. Who would have thought that he would have so easily incited a battle just now? On the other hand, when Yen Jun went to Xueqi Banner to ask, it was indeed as Xuejian had said. Ling Han had led the way to cause trouble, but in the end, he did not receive any punishment. Captain Ling is really good, showing off our might and venting our anger. In the whole world aside from our Banner Lord, I only submit to Captain Ling. Does Banner Lord Lien treat Captain Ling well? That's for sure. They're a perfect match. I heard that on the way here, Captain Ling was even cradling the things that our Banner Lord gave him without eating, drinking or even sleeping. It can be seen that he's infatuated, right? There were some things that Yen Jun had found out himself, and there were some that he had sent someone to find out. The information that came back to him made him furious. There was really someone who dared to have designs on his woman. This was intolerable. He wanted to immediately find Ling Han, but because Ling Han wasn't in Xueqi Banner, and not many people knew where Ling Han lived, he could only temporarily suppress the urge to make trouble with Ling Han. However, Lien Xuerong had specially arranged accommodations for Ling Han in the city. Humph, are you hiding a beauty in your golden house? This Ling Han, in the end, would still have to return to the barracks, and by then, humph. Ling Han walked all the way to "There's a formations shop," then walked in. It was still that old man, and he still looked indifferent. How was he supposed to do business like this? Old man, is your shop selling the ingredients for the formation foundations? Ling Han asked. N? Niu Huaqing raised his head and glanced at Ling Han. You are going to create formation foundations? That's right, Ling Han replied. Niu Huaqing thought for a moment, then took out a circular plate from the drawer and placed it on the top of the drawer. Test your spiritual power, so I can make sure you don't waste my ingredients. This was a divine intent disc. Without developing spiritual power, taking formation materials would only be a waste. Ling Han nodded, all right. He picked up the divine intent disc and activated it with his mental power. This white dot could only be seen, or rather sensed, by those who possessed spiritual power. That was because even if Ling Han closed his eyes, he could still clearly sense its existence. After only a short while, the divine intent disc emitted a white light. This time, Niu Huaqing was slightly moved. I never thought that the strength of your mental power has already reached the elementary level, brat. What elementary level? Ling Han wore a confused expression. I am really playing the lute to a cow. Niu Huaqing shook his head and explained, according to the difference in strength of spiritual power can be divided into 4 levels. The lowest level is elementary level, then middle level, then high level, and finally, grandmaster level. Chapter 3162. 3162 Running Errands. 3162 Running Errands. Elementary level. Was this considered a high or low level? Mo Guohao's interest was piqued, and he asked, "Brat, when did you start cultivating spiritual power?" "When?" "It should have been more than a month ago." Ling Han told him the truth, and when Mo Guohao heard this, he instantly revealed a shocked expression. "It had only been a month? A little more than a month." "Are you sure?" the old geezer emphasized. Ling Han turned around to look at the old geezer. The two of them were completely unrelated, so was there any need for him to deceive the boss of a formation shop? "Looking at how laid back you are, just how much business would there be in the shop? Would you be able to cheat me out of my money?" Mo Guohao, on the other hand, broke into a smile. He continued, "Have you studied the formation that I gave you previously?" Ling Han nodded. "That's why I want to buy the ingredients for the formation foundation." Mo Guohao shook his head and said, "You really don't know how expensive things are. The materials used for formation foundations are expensive, and it would be too much of a waste for you to use them to practice." Ling Han smiled. As it turned out, the old geezer was also thinking for the sake of his wallet. He said, "Don't worry about that. I've already practiced it." You have even succeeded in practicing it?" Mo Guohao was surprised. "Where is it engraved? Have you brought it?" Ling Han shook his head. How could he possibly bring it with him? "Bring it here, let this old man see. If you really succeed, the ingredients in this old man's shop are freely available for you to choose from." "I'll give them for free," Mo Guohao said. Ling Han was surprised. Why did this old geezer have to go so far? Did he have a lot of money to burn? Go and get it." Mo Guohao waved his hand dismissively. "If you don't get it, nothing here will be sold to you." "Fuck, you are really willful." Ling Han had no choice but to go back and bring over the formation foundations that he had created. Mo Guohao took it over and examined it carefully. He even stroked it with his hand. His expression was one of intoxication, as if it was his lover. Ling Han got goosebumps just looking at him. "Not bad, truly not bad." He revealed a smile. "In just a few short days, you can combine the patterns of formations and draw them into shape. You can be considered a genius of formations." At first, he had wanted to say Prodigy, but after thinking about it, he couldn't praise him too much, lest Ling Han become too proud. "I'm a man of my word. You can choose any of the ingredients in this shop," Mo Guohao said. "However, if you want to refine this kind of elementary-level illusion formation, you don't have to use high-grade ingredients. This kind of iron heart magnet is enough." The old geezer retrieved a pile of black rocks of varying sizes. They didn't look attractive at all. Seeing Ling Han's expression of disgust, the old geezer laughed loudly, and said, "Brat, you don't understand. The more natural this thing is, the more it is one with the heaven and earth and nature. If you throw it onto the ground, can you tell what difference it has with a piece of mud? There really wasn't any. This was like a piece of coal. This is the formation patterns blade, which can be easily used to inscribe formation patterns." Mo Guohao took out a small dagger with a very long handle, and handed it over to Ling Han. "Come, create it on the spot. I want to see it with my own eyes." Ling Han didn't mind. The old geezer had gifted him the formation manual, and now the materials and tools were the same. He had nothing to keep secret from the old man. In any case, he was going to create formation foundations, so what did it matter where he created them? All right. He took the dagger and picked up a black stone. Needless to say, this thing was very heavy. The moment he touched it, he actually felt its weight. From this, it could be seen that the old geezer really hadn't used ordinary rocks to trick him. Ling Han's expression became serious, and he began to carve formation patterns. Whether it was practicing with the divine intent disc or creating formation foundations, it was a way to temper one's spiritual power. It was very simple. Just like muscles, they would naturally improve when they were exhausted. In a short while, he had created the first formation foundation. Mo Guohao immediately took it over and examined it closely. A smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Although this is your first time creating it, so your technique is a little rusty and the marks are very strong, it's still your first time creating it. It's truly amazing to have such a performance." He waited quietly for Ling Han to create all 9 formation foundations, then said, "Set up the formation foundation." Ling Han nodded, and laid out the formation foundations. There was a need for care. The distance and angle between each formation foundation and the other formation foundation was extremely strict. Otherwise, it would affect the extraction and manipulation of the power of heaven and earth. After the formation was set up, Ling Han activated them with his spiritual power. These were formations that he had created himself. His spiritual power was connected, and the formation immediately channeled. "All right, try striking the formations with your palm," Mo Guohao said from the sidelines. Ling Han followed his instructions and shot out a punch. He didn't use much force, but it was still a few thousand kilograms. However, even if he released his power which touched the formation foundations, these 9 black rocks didn't move at all. Ling Han increased his power, but the formation foundations still didn't move at all. Only when he increased his power to 25,000 kilograms did the formation foundations finally move. However, the strange thing was that when one piece moved, the other 8 pieces would also move at the same time. Whether it was in terms of distance or angle, they were all exactly the same. It was equivalent to moving the entire formation a certain distance towards a certain direction. This is interesting. How can it be that the formations won't be damaged under the weight of power? Instead, they can only move? In this way, it undoubtedly made formations even more practical. Otherwise, as long as one had 25,000 kilograms of strength, he would be able to damage the formations even with just a careless strike. Pa. Mo Guohao clapped his hands and said, "Brat, not bad at all." Ling Han smiled and said, "Uncle, this time, I want to learn a formation technique that mainly focuses on killing, or the kind that can equalize the cultivation levels of both sides." Mo Guohao rolled his eyes and said, "To equalize the cultivation level of both sides, that is a Grandmaster level formation. In the entire Dark North Nation, there are no more than 3 people that have the ability to create it. Could you be any greedier, brat? Moreover, there are too many formation patterns that formations like this have that need to be inscribed, and the formation foundations needed are in the hundreds. It belongs to the category of large-scale formations. Brat, could it be that you want to carry it with you and use it to level out your cultivation level so you could battle with others?" Had he been seen through? Ling Han sighed. Was it really that obvious on his face? Here, this is a killing formation. It poses a considerable threat to even blood transformation tier elites. However, if you want to set it up successfully, you would at least have to develop middle-level spiritual power. But when Mo Guohao saw that Ling Han was about to take over the formation, he withdrew his hand. "However, you have to run an errand for this old man." "Run where?" Ling Han asked. "Go to the Formations Association and find a brat called Gu Tianhe. Tell him that I was the one who sent you," Mo Guohao said. Ling Han gritted his teeth and said, "Just say that you were the one who sent me over. There is no need to say what for. When that brat knows that I was the one who sent you over, he naturally knows," Mo Guohao said with a smile. Ling Han kept feeling that the old geezer's smile was very strange, as if he had schemed against him. However, what bad things could happen if he made a trip to the Formations Association? "All right, I'll go." Ling Han nodded. "Go on," Mo Guohao said with a nod. He then tossed the book on formations over. Ling Han caught it, and couldn't help but feel surprised. "Uncle, aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word?" "Would you?" Mo Guohao asked in reply. "No." Ling Han shook his head. "Then it's settled," Mo Guohao said boldly and confidently, looking at him like he was an idiot. Fuck. Chapter 3163. 3163 Blocking the Doorway. 3163 Blocking the Doorway. Ling Han put away the newly refined formation foundations and left the old one in the shop. Mo Guohao said that he wanted to take a look. In any case, it was made of wood and was already slightly damaged, because stimulating the power of heaven and earth itself was a massive pressure, so how could ordinary would possibly bear it? He had always been a man of his word. Thus, after leaving the Formations shop, he walked towards the Formations Association. It didn't matter if he didn't know the way. He could just ask anyone, as the Formations Association was quite well known. There were locomotives in the city that they could ride, although their speed was not as fast as when Ling Han was sprinting at full speed. Firstly, Ling Han was not in a rush, and secondly, there was no need for him to exert himself either, so why not take a ride? Traveling by carriage to the Formations Association required 2 Dark North coins, which wasn't cheap. After Ling Han paid, he climbed down from the car and looked ahead. In front of him was the Formations Association. This was a massive building. First, there was a flight of stairs, which was as tall as 2 floors. Then there was a white-colored hall, which was supported by massive pillars, making for a very grand sight. There was practically no one entering or leaving this place. If it was not for the fact that there were 4 guards standing at the top of the steps, one would really wonder if this was a haunted house. Ling Han ascended the stairs, and very soon, he had finished his journey. However, he was also stopped by those 4 people. "Who are you? What business do you have here?" one of them asked, appearing to cherish his words like they were gold. Ling Han smiled and said, "My name is Ling Han, and I have come here to find a person called Gu Tianhe. There is this person, right?" "Yes, how could there not be? That person was the boss of this place." The 4 guards exchanged looks. "Had you taken the wrong medicine, brat? Coming here to ask if there was a person called Chairperson Gu here." "Hee, you want to see our chairperson?" one of the guards asked, chuckling. What? Gu Tianhe was actually the chairperson of the Formations Association. Ling Han gritted his teeth. Could it be that he had been tricked by that old geezer? He actually called Gu Tianhe a brat, making him think that he was a minor character in the Formations Association. However, he was entrusted with a task, and being loyal, he continued, "Please report this to Chairperson Gu, and tell him that I was sent by the boss of there's a Formations shop." Pooh! The 4 guards almost spluttered in laughter. How many Formation shops were there in the city? Which one had sent you here? You can't even speak properly, and yet you still want to see the chairperson. Ling Han felt more and more like he had been screwed over by the old geezer. Wouldn't giving the shop such a strange name deliberately cause misunderstanding? "That Formation shop is called, there's a Formation shop," he said. "I'll have to trouble the 4 of you to pass on the message. Whether Chairperson Gu will meet me or not, it is up to him. I am not asking for too much." He had only come to help Niu Huaqing. Now that he had arrived and the message had been passed on, his mission was completed. As for the rest, he didn't care. "Apologies, Chairperson Gu is busy with many matters, and we dare not disturb him," the 4 guards all said thus. What a joke. If everyone wanted to see Chairperson Gu, and they all went to make a report, then wouldn't Chairperson Gu be pestered to death? How would he still have the time to study formations? "Please leave." They wanted to chase Ling Han away. If these 4 people had gone to relay the message, and Gu Tianhe did not want to meet him, then Ling Han would not have continued to pester them. Instead, he would directly turn around and leave. However, since they did not proceed to report, then Ling Han felt like he had not completed his mission. Thus, he argued strongly, asking the 4 of them to make an exception. No matter what, he had to deliver the message. "What's the matter? Why are you making so much noise here?" A young man walked out of the great hall. He was dressed all in white, and had an elegant bearing. "Young Master Jun." The 4 guards hurriedly paid their respects, their expressions incredibly respectful. This was Yan Jun, young Master Jun. His natural talent in formations was incredibly outstanding, and he was acclaimed as a formations prodigy that would only appear once every 10 years. He was taken as disciple by Attendant Liu, and had already become an elementary-level formation master in his early 20s. A formation master. Having the title of master was already something. There was another young man by Yan Jun's side. His name was Yang Ziqing, and he was a young master of the Yang clan, a preeminent clan in the city. He had deliberately come to find Yan Jun to ask him to create a formation for him. This is the Formations Association after all, not a marketplace. Yang Ziqing said in a haughty tone. Really, did they think that just about anyone was qualified to enter here? Wouldn't that lower his status as well? Ling Han looked towards Yang Ziqing. Though the 4 guards had been rejecting him previously, at least their attitude wasn't too bad. Thus, he did not get angry, but Yang Ziqing's attitude made him extremely displeased. "What do you think you are?" he retorted directly. "You dare insult me?" Yang Ziqing was furious. Oh, so you're not a thing then? Ling Han asked with a smile. Be it starred. Yang Ziqing stomped his feet, angered by Ling Han's words. Young Master Jun, it's like this, one of the guards explained. This person's name is Ling Han, and he requests an audience with the chairperson. Ling Han. Yen Jun felt a jolt in his mind. He didn't hear anything that the guard said after that. This person was Ling Han. He looked at Ling Han and asked, Are you Ling Han of Shenqing Banner? This guy knew him. That's right. Ling Han nodded. Yen Junjun instantly revealed a menacing killing intent. This brat actually dared to snatch his woman. Most importantly, he had been pursuing Lien Xuerong for 1 or 2 years, but Lien Xuerong had always treated him coldly. But now, Lien Xuerong not only gifted things to Ling Han, but also publicly covered for him. Fuck. Yang Ziqing was observant, and immediately said, Brat, this is not a place for you to behave atrociously. If you still don't get lost, I will not be polite to you. Ling Han glanced at him, You still want to use force? We're not going to use force. We're just here to maintain order, Yang Ziqing said coldly. Seeing that Yang Ziqing had taken the initiative to jump out, Yen Jun did not speak further. He wanted to kill Ling Han, but no matter how courageous he was, he would not dare to commit murder in public in the city. The nation had its laws. If the other party was not a wanted criminal, then incapacitating or causing even death to the other, one would also have to pay a huge price for it as well. Thus, if Yang Ziqing jumped out now, he would also be happy to have him take the vanguard and teach Ling Han a lesson. Of course, he would definitely think of a way to kill Ling Han later. He could not tolerate having another man in the heart of the woman he loved. Scram! Yang Ziqing made a move and delivered a slap at Ling Han. He was in 11 meridians. The power of this attack was profound, and the strong wind generated caused the 4 guards to tremble, almost tripping over. Anger appeared on Ling Han's face. Who had he offended? He could tell that Yen Jun had a strong animosity towards him, and this Yang Ziqing was bootlicking him, so he hurriedly jumped out. Did he think he was an easy target to bully? Ling Han also delivered a slap. The force that Yang Ziqing had delivered was instantly disintegrated, and the power of Ling Han's strike did not decrease, and landed heavily on Yang Ziqing's face. Ah! Yang Ziqing released a pained groan, and a red palm print instantly appeared on his face. He was stupefied. He was in 11 meridians, and only a 12 meridians could slap him as they pleased. This guy looked so young, but was actually an elite of 12 meridians. He really could not believe it. Otherwise, he would not have been in such a haste to make his move. Chapter 3164. 3164 Countermove and Checkmate. 3164 Countermove and Checkmate. Ling Han, you actually dare to be insolent in front of the Formations Association. How dare you? Yen Jun spoke up, directly assigning a crime to Ling Han. Ling Han looked at Yen Jun and said, Strange, I've never seen a be at starred like you before. Why are you biting me and not letting go? He had just arrived at Huju City, and didn't seem to have activated his halo of trouble. How did he become the target of others? Fuck, be it starred. Yen Jun looked furious. Was this brat mocking him? His woman had been snatched by the other party, so what else could he be but a be at starred? Very well, you clearly know that Lien Xuerong is my woman, yet you still dare to make a move. I'll kill you. Humph, you barged into our association, and even committed a crime. Do you know how serious the crime is? He asked menacingly. Ling Han laughed loudly. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak irresponsibly. Who saw me barge in? However, there was a mad dog that wanted to bite me, so I gave it a kick to stop it from committing a crime. Yang Ziqing was taken aback. Fuck, this guy actually called him a mad dog. Get lost. How could the chairperson possibly see a reckless fool like you? Yen Jun waved his hand dismissively. It was impossible for him to kill Ling Han here. He could only humiliate him a little. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, Oh, so you can represent Chairperson Goob. These words were a little harsh. Gu Tianhe was a high-level formation master, and even the city lord had to treat him with respect. What right did Yan Jun have to represent such a mighty figure? Yan Jun humphed. If any random person could pay respects to the chairperson, then wouldn't the chairperson be so busy to death? I am only screening on his behalf. You are not worthy. It's none of your business whether I'm worthy or not. All I want is to relay the message, Ling Han said calmly. Humph, country bumpkin, scram. Yan Jun said disdainfully. He hoped that Ling Han would leave as soon as possible. Then, he would find out where Ling Han lived, and then hire an assassin to make Ling Han disappear forever. Hee, you're overthinking things. Ling Han ignored him. He would stand guard here, and he was sure that Gu Tianhe would definitely come out. At that time, he only had to relay Niu Huaqing's words to him, and the latter would be able to see him if he wanted to. If he didn't want to see him, then he would leave. It was a very simple matter. Yan Jun smiled coldly, still not giving up? If the chairperson is willing to meet a country bumpkin like you, then the sun must have risen from the west. Ling Han ignored him. He didn't know this guy, and if they wanted a fight, he would oblige. Seeing Ling Han ignore him, Yan Jun couldn't help but feel even more furious. This brat was actually putting on airs. Was he deliberately provoking him? Damn it! Guards, send him out, he demanded coldly. He was an elementary-level formations master, and had boundless future prospects. The 4 guards were naturally very reverent towards him, and when they heard this, they all looked towards Ling Han. Please do not make things difficult for us, one of the guards said. Ling Han cracked a smile. I have a matter which required me to seek an audience with the chairperson. It's fine if you guys don't announce it on my behalf, but you actually want to chase me away? I really want to see just how overbearing the Formations Association is. Oh, you really want someone to help you make your report? Yan Jun revealed a cold smile. All right, I can help you inform the chairperson. Had this guy taken the wrong medicine? To say nothing of Ling Han's disbelief, even the 4 guards and Yang Ziqing wore expressions of confusion. What the hell was this? However, you have to crawl between my legs first. Yan Jun's legs separated slightly, his expression filled with disdain. If it was the large black dog, he would definitely agree first. Then, he would pretend that he was going to worm his way in, and take advantage of the opening to make a move. Yes, he would have a vicious mouth, and bite Yan Jun's beaths to pieces. However, Ling Han wouldn't be so tasteless. He merely looked at Yan Jun, his heart filled with confusion. How exactly had he provoked this guy? Though he had indeed activated the halo of trouble, which had an automatic effect of causing him to be taunted, but this was really too baffling. He had just arrived, and barely knew anyone, yet was actually treated with such animosity and hatred. Strange. But no matter what, his principles were very simple. He would thrash whoever dared to trifle with him. This Yan Jun had already been blacklisted by him. What's with all the noise? A deep voice was heard from within the great hole, filled with authority. Subsequently, an old man walked out. Though his figure was slightly thin, he was hale and hearty in spirit. Chairperson. When Yan Jun and the others saw him, they hurriedly bowed in respect. Gu Tianhe, the chairman of Huju City's Formations Association, a high-level formation master. He held an astounding position, and enjoyed a lofty status. The man of the hour had arrived. Ling Han hurriedly said, Chairperson Gu, I've been entrusted by the boss of There's a Formations shop to seek an audience with Yule. This brat, not only did he not pay his respects when he saw Gu Tianhe, he actually said such inappropriate words. Yang Ziqing and the others were confused, while Yan Jun smirked coldly. Very good. If he offended Gu Tianhe, then no one would be able to save him. Yet Gu Tianhe was taken aback. What was going on here? Uncle Niu actually sent someone to see him. How dare you? You actually dare to act so insolent in front of the chairperson? Are you seeking death? Yan Jun seized the opportunity to immediately rebuke him. Although he was a prodigy of the Formations Association, he didn't mind currying the favor of Gu Tianhe. After all, his master was only an attendant, while Gu Tianhe was the chairperson. They couldn't be compared at all. Shut up. Unexpectedly, his flattery had completely failed. Gu Tianhe's gaze was extremely sharp, as he glared angrily at him. Yan Jun was dumbfounded. What was going on here? Little friend, follow me. Gu Tianhe waved at Ling Han. This was a person sent by Uncle Niu, so he naturally could not take him lightly. Others might not know, but how could he not know? Niu Huaqing was the person who had stirred up the winds and clouds in the past. Unfortunately, fate played around with people, causing that formation's genius to become so dispirited. Thus, since Uncle Niu had sent someone to look for him, it must be something extremely important. He turned around and left. Now, naturally, no one dared to stop Ling Han anymore. The chairperson had spoken, so who would still be so blind? Ling Han glanced at Yan Jun, shook his head and said, Chairperson Gu, I can't go in. Gu Tianhe turned around and asked why? Someone said that if I want to enter, I have to crawl between his legs, Ling Han said. N? Gu Tianhe immediately looked towards Yan Jun, Yang Ziqing and the others. Obviously, this must have been said by one of the 6 of them. Yan Jun almost stomped his foot in fury. Why was this brat so vengeful? He hurriedly said, Chairperson, don't listen to his nonsense. I did not forbid him from entering. I only said that if he wanted to make a report on my behalf, he would have to go through my. His voice became softer and softer, because he had come back to his senses. Ling Han had deliberately said wrongly, so that he could take the initiative to confess. How dare you? Gu Tianhe flew into a thunderous rage. Were you the one who created the Formations Association? That you could allow or not allow anyone to enter? Yan Jun could only bow his head now, and allow Gu Tianhe to rain down curses on him. Ling Han. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. Chapter 3165. 3165 Prodigy. 3165 Prodigy. In a place like the main entrance, Gu Tianhe ultimately could not ignore the reputation of the Formations Association. Thus, after he reprimanded them for a while, he stopped. Then, he very kindly called Ling Han to follow him in. Ling Han quit while he was ahead. After all, he didn't have much of a relationship with the Formations Association. Moreover, if he were to beat someone up himself, that would be more satisfying. This would be considered as interest. He would collect a little interest first, while the total debt would be accounted for later. Ling Han followed Gu Tianhe into the main hall and into a study. This entire hall was made up of rocks, and since it was the Formations Association, there were naturally traces of formations left everywhere. The moment Ling Han entered, he felt as if a blade was piercing his back. If he committed a crime here, the formations would suppress him first without anyone interfering. Uncle Niu sent you here, so what message do you have for me? Gu Tianhe asked. Uncle Niu. No wonder Gu Tianhe was so amicable. So that was the case. However, that old geezer with such a laid-back personality actually had such an identity. Also, that old geezer's surname was actually Niu. Ling Han shook his head and said, Senior Niu only said that he wanted me to come find you, but didn't say what it was for. Gu Tianhe was taken aback. What did Uncle Niu mean? He suddenly recalled that he had previously gone to visit Niu Huaqing because of the competition that would be held in the imperial capital after the new year. He wanted to ask Niu Huaqing's opinion on who Niu Huaqing would send as representative. However, at that time, Niu Huaqing looked impatient, and didn't even bother to pay him any attention. He didn't expect that only a few days had passed, and Niu Huaqing would actually send someone over. Could it be that this was the candidate recommended by Uncle Niu? A brat that wasn't even from the Formations Association? Gu Tianhe thought for a moment, then said, Little friend, are you a formation master? I know a little, Ling Han said. When did you start cultivating spiritual power? Gu Tianhe asked. About a few months ago. Gu Tianhe choked, feeling an indescribable awkwardness. Was this Uncle Niu deliberately messing with him, recommending such a rookie to make things difficult for him? If he ignored Ling Han, it was inevitable that he would have the bad reputation of disrespecting his elders, but if he agreed, sending a rookie to the imperial capital for a competition would be extremely embarrassing, wouldn't it? Sigh, this was too difficult. He thought for a moment, then said, All right, let's test out your spiritual power. Ha! Why are you testing my spiritual power? Ling Han found this strange. He had only come to deliver a message, So why was he being tested on his spiritual power now? What the hell was going on? Gu Tianhe took out a pen and placed it on the table, saying, "Try to lift it." Ling Han had never tried using his spiritual power like this before, so he couldn't help but feel curious. His spiritual power surged out, turning into invisible tentacles that touched the pen. However, this pen was about 7 feet away from him, and after his spiritual power crossed this distance, it had declined to an extremely weak state. Gururu, this pen suddenly moved. Just as it was about to fall, Ling Han became anxious, and his spiritual power took the form of a hand. With a grab, this pen instantly stopped in midair. Gu Tianhe looked stunned. Though he had made such a request in truth, he had not expected that Ling Han would really be able to do it. To accomplish this, one's spiritual power would have to reach the elementary level, at least. However, he had never imagined that Ling Han would actually succeed. Fuck, this guy had really only cultivated his spiritual power for a few months? It ought to be known that to reach the elementary level of spiritual power, even a prodigy like Yan Jun had spent 5 years. If this was true, then this brat was definitely freakish. He finally understood why Uncle Nyo had sent Ling Han over. Talent? No, Prodigy. He couldn't help but feel slightly tempted. Should he really send Ling Han as the representative of Huju City? However, 2 days ago, he had already discussed with a few attendants, and they would send Yan Jun as their representative. Now, if he suddenly said that he wanted to replace him, it seemed a little inexcusable. Furthermore, Yan Jun was also a prodigy of formations, and had boundless future prospects. If he was withdrawn at the last minute, wouldn't that be disappointing him? What city would not welcome such a talent with open doors? But Ling Han. This was someone that Uncle Nyo had recommended. If he didn't allow Ling Han to do it, wouldn't that be disrespecting Uncle Nyo? If his master found out, it was probably possible that he would skin him alive. Furthermore, Ling Han was really too prodigious. He was really stuck in a dilemma. Say, couldn't your Uncle Nyo have sent this person over earlier? Then, he wouldn't have to be so hesitant. Sigh. Young friend, are you interested in joining our Formations Association? He looked at Ling Han smilingly. This kind of talent naturally had to be seized into the Formations Association. Ling Han smiled and said, "I need to consider." All right. Gu Tianhe nodded. He thought that since this was a person that Uncle Nyo had recommended, he probably wouldn't leave the city. He thought for a moment, then took out a silver badge and handed it to Ling Han. Take it. With this, you only need to show it in future, and no one would stop you. All right. Ling Han nodded. This was not a bad idea. He was very interested in formations. They could assist in battle, and could also be used to concoct alchemical pills, and as for formation techniques, he couldn't keep hoping that Nyo Huaqing would give them to him, right? The two of them were completely unrelated. Ling Han bade farewell and left. He felt that this chairperson Gu was quite amiable, not putting on any airs at all. If this was known to others, they would definitely say that Ling Han must be blind. Gu Tianhe didn't put on any airs. What kind of joke was this? Wasn't he putting on too much airs? There were countless noble clans in the city that wanted to ask him to create formations, but in his case, he ignored them completely. Even if they piled up mountains of gold and silver, he couldn't be bothered to give them a second look. In fact, he wasn't even willing to meet them. No airs? Hee. When they arrived at the entrance, Ling Han didn't see Yan Jun or Yang Ziqing. They probably didn't have the face to stay here any longer. However, it was very obvious that this enmity had been formed. So be it. Would they dare to go to the Xianqing banner and provoke him in public? Ling Han smiled faintly, and returned home. Young Master Jun, we've already found out where that brat is staying. Yang Ziqing whispered into Yan Jun's ear in a restaurant. Yan Junjing stood by the window, arms crossed behind his back. This was a tall building with 69 floors. Looking down from here, everything seemed very insignificant. And at such a height, even if an elite of 12 Meridians jumped down, it was guaranteed that he would be smashed into mush. All right. He nodded, and did not say anything else. There were some things that he could not possibly let Yang Ziqing know. Young Master Jun, I don't know what relationship that brat has with Chairperson Gu. Let's not make a move on him rashly, all right? Yang Ziqing said. He was a little scared, fearing that Ling Han had an incredible background, and he would be in serious trouble. Yan Jun smirked coldly. This kind of person had no backbone, and was afraid just like that. Don't worry. Firstly, you didn't do anything, and secondly, who is Chairperson Gu? How could a country bumpkin like him be worthy of having a connection to him? He waved his hand. You can go back now. Yang Ziqing pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, Young Master Jun, I'm willing to advance and retreat with you. Chapter 3166. 3166 Hiring an Assassin. 3166 Hiring an Assassin. Yan Jun glanced at him and said calmly, Then you go and send news, and have Hell send assassins. Yang Ziqing was instantly shocked. Hell was an organization of assassins, and it was claimed that there was no one that they could not kill. To say nothing of ordinary people, even the higher-ups of the army, and important ministers of the imperial court, as long as the price was right, they would also be willing to make a move. However, they had only had some verbal conflicts with Ling Han. Moreover, to be honest, it was indeed them who had started the conflict. Why had they escalated it to hiring an assassin organization? Could it be that there was some kind of grudge that he didn't know about? He had better not be the one to stand out in a moment of carelessness. However, he looked at Yan Jun. He was a formation master with the brightest future prospects in Huju City, while Gu Tianhe would eventually die of old age. If he could develop a good relationship with the future chairperson of the Formations Association, his status in the clan would also increase greatly. In fact, he could even consider aiming for the position of clan leader. Ordinarily, it was impossible for him to take this position. All right, I'll go immediately, he said through gritted teeth. He decided to go all the way on this path. Unlike the ancient Dao sect, which ruled alone, the Dark North Nation was a real country. Furthermore, it was a large country, occupying a very large area. Not only was ancient martial arts flourishing, the technology that existed before the upheaval of heaven and earth was actually beginning to revitalize again. Thus, not only were there optical computer here, but they were also connected to each other. Assassin organizations like Hell had an online platform that would allow people to place their orders. Of course, assassin organizations were the targets of attacks by the government. Thus, this kind of platform would often be disbanded, but it would always reappear with a new face. Yang Ziqing wrote down Ling Han's information on this platform, and very soon, Hell gave him a reply. 200,000 Dark North coins. For Yang Ziqing, this was a huge sum of money. The monthly allowance he received from his clan was only 10,000 Dark North coins. Usually, he would indulge himself in debauchery, and coupled with some expenses for cultivating, there was actually not much left. For some months, he didn't even have enough. Now, he had to take out 200,000 all of a sudden. This was really difficult for him. Don't you have enough money? Yan Jun asked. I have enough. Yang Ziqing gritted his teeth. He used the reserve funds that his parents had given him to complete the payment. It wasn't long before he received a reply from Hell. There would be a result within 3 days. Young Master Jun, it's done, Yang Zi said. Though the expenditure was huge, and he had also taken a very great risk, he had finally made a connection with Yan Jun. After this incident, he should have gained Yan Jun's absolute trust. Yan Jun nodded, a sliver of coldness in his eyes. From the beginning to the end, he had only moved his lips. If Yang Ziqing was found out, he would also shift the blame to him completely. For this crime, he would just let Yang Ziqing bear it alone. After Ling Han returned home, he set up the psychedelic formation in the courtyard. Because his current residence was very small, this formation was enough to enshroud the entire courtyard. Ling Han taught Huan Shui how to enter and exit the formations, to prevent this little attendant from being trapped inside as well. If no one stepped in, this formation wouldn't be activated, and the formation foundations buried underground wouldn't be seen through either. It was extremely covert, and once someone stepped in, unless they were also proficient in this formation, they would be trapped, the kind where they couldn't even see their own fingers. Of course, this could only imprison Meridian opening tier, because blood transformation tiers only needed to attack with their full power, and given their power was too great, they would forcefully destroy the connection between the formation foundations. Then, the formation foundations would fall apart, and the formation would naturally cease to exist. This was an insurance that Ling Han had given himself. After all, he was different from before. He also needed to rest at night, and when he was resting, he couldn't possibly maintain a state of high vigilance. Though he had just arrived, he had already activated the halo of trouble. Just look at how that Yen Jun had targeted him for no reason, and bore a deep killing intent towards him. He naturally had to be careful. It was time to study alchemy. The new formations required middle-level spiritual power. This wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight, so Ling Han placed his attention on alchemy. To be honest, his original intention for learning formations was actually to concoct alchemical pills. I'll check the optical computer first. There's a complete internet platform here, so I can find more information. He used the optical computer to search, and discovered that whether it was alchemy or formation techniques, there was very little information about the basics of their cultivation. On the internet there were a great many platforms that sold items. Even if it was just normal food, clothing and other needs, one could place orders on these platforms. As long as one had paid, the items would be delivered very quickly. It didn't matter even if he was in another city. The large platforms had their own setups in every city. Alchemy, alchemy, alchemy. Ling Han found a dedicated platform. This was set up by the Alchemy Association, which only sold alchemical pills. There's really have a lot of item. Mystical Power Pill can rapidly increase one's cultivation level. The Meridian Exploration Pill can increase the chances of sensing Meridians by about 10%. No wonder there are so many people above 9 Meridians here. With such alchemical pills, it would be enough for half of them to cross over to the next level. However, it's really expensive. Ling Han took a look. The selling price of each mystical power pill was as high as 2,000 Dark North coins. Even for the likes of captains of Xueqi banner, they could only afford to buy a few every month. Most importantly, the mystical power pill could be taken every day. No wonder. There are a great many 12 Meridians in their 20s among the noble families in the city, but in the case of Xueqi banner, they would need to be around 30 years old. Furthermore, they would have to be in the category of captain. They've already lost at the starting line. Ling Han searched his pockets. He had just been promoted to the position of Dao Child in the ancient Dao sect, so he didn't have much accumulation. Thus, the Dark North coins he had now were only around 100,000. It looked like a lot, but he really couldn't buy many mystical power pills. Therefore I have to grasp the refinement technique. In future, when Luan Xing and the others come out, they will also need it. However, pill recipes weren't sold on this platform. Ling Han could only trade. Very soon, he found a platform that was similar to the black market. Anything was really sold here, but to avoid potential issues, the seller would disguise the name of the merchandise. For example, the pill recipe for the mystical power pill was named Secret Recipe for Increasing Your Power here. Those who knew it would naturally be able to understand it with a single glance. Ling Han bargained with the seller, and the deal was finally settled with 5,000 Dark North coins. This actually wasn't expensive, because after Ling Han learned it, he could also sell pill recipes on the platform. However, all the sellers seemed to have agreed that 5,000 would be the lowest price, and no one was willing to lower the price. It was easiest to complete this kind of business transaction. After paying, the platform sent over the recipe for the pill. Ling Han carefully examined it. There aren't many ingredients needed, and after checking the price, the cost is about 500 Dark North coins. If the furnace doesn't explode, then the number of completed pills would be between 3 to 5. Sigh, alchemy is indeed profitable. The Alchemy Association actually sells them for 2,000 per pill. TSK, TSK, TSK. But that's good too. I can then concoct alchemical pills to earn money. Chapter 3167. 3167 Pill Refinement Gamble. 3167 Pill Refinement Gamble. Ling Han was glad. He was finally going to get back to his old business. In truth, he very much enjoyed concocting alchemical pills. However, this world placed too much importance on power. Thus, he also had to focus more of his energy on cultivating martial arts. Otherwise, if he did not have enough abilities, He wouldn't even be sure if he could continue to survive. Where would he find the leisure to concoct alchemical pills? I also need a set of formations called the 7 Stars Formation. Forget it, I'll go buy it in the shop. Ling Han immediately took action. He first went to the medicinal ingredient store to gather all the ingredients for the alchemical pill. He had at least 100,000 coins, so he was very wealthy. In a single go, he bought 100 portions of ingredients, and he even required the store to send a carriage to deliver them back for him. The task of following the carriage was delegated to Huan Shui. Ling Han then went to the There's a Formations shop. Senior Niu, Ling Han called out. Since he knew Niu Huaqing's identity, he had to show some respect. That brat actually revealed this old man's identity? Niu Huaqing asked in displeasure. This brat was naturally referring to Gu Tianhe. It was pitiful. Gu Tianhe was the chairperson after all, and his authority was not inferior to that of the city lord. Ling Han shook his head internally. You sent me over like this and deliberately didn't give them prior notice. Gu Tianhe would definitely have accidentally leaked the secret. Otherwise, was he supposed to ask why that old geezer sent him over then? Wasn't he afraid of being sliced? He merely chuckled and asked, Senior, is there a 7 Stars Formation for sale here? Why do you want the 7 Stars Formation? Niu Huaqing was very curious. This is something that alchemists use to concoct alchemical pills. If you wanted the 7 Stars Formation's formation scroll, I wouldn't think it strange, but now you actually want the completed 7 Stars Formation? I plan to concoct alchemical pills, Ling Han said. Pooh! Niu Qinghua instantly spluttered, looked at Ling Han, and then laughed loudly. He naturally found this funny. Even though alchemists also needed to learn formations, most alchemists didn't need to refine formation foundations themselves. They only needed to stimulate formations, and this only required spiritual power. You think that just because you know formations, you can concoct alchemical pills? What a joke. Ling Han also smiled. Senior, you don't believe that I can concoct alchemical pills? I don't believe it. I definitely don't believe it. Niu Huaqing shook his head. 1 out of 10,000 formations masters could have the extraordinary talent to be able to practice alchemy on top of formations. But how many formations masters were there in the Dark North Nation to begin with? Hence, this was completely impossible. Do you want to make a bet? Ling Han asked with a crooked smile. If the large black dog was present, they would immediately be able to determine that Ling Han was trying to screw someone over. Niu Huaqing rolled his eyes and said, Sure. If I can concoct alchemical pills, then Senior's formation techniques will be open to me. I can learn whatever I want, Ling Han said. To Niu Huaqing, this wasn't a real loss, but to Ling Han, it was a great profit. Sure. Niu Huaqing smiled calmly. If you lose, then I want you to focus all your attention on formations. After you go to the imperial capital, you will become the #1 formation master in 10 years' time. This seemed to be completely for Ling Han's own good. Ling Han nodded and said, all right, deal. It was impossible for him to focus all his energy on formations. However, he would not lose at all. Niu Huaqing searched for a while, then handed Ling Han a 7 Stars Formation. These were foundation formations, but they were slightly higher class than the 3 Elements Formation. They needed to be stimulated with spiritual power, and in the process of pill concoction, they needed to involve a lot of control over the strength of the energy. Thus, it was impossible for 2 people to divide the work among themselves. One would be concocting alchemical pills, while the other would be controlling formations unless the 2 of them were mentally connected. It wasn't that they didn't exist. There were 2 sisters in the imperial capital. One was a formation master, and the other was alchemist formation master. They were mentally connected and could work together to concoct alchemical pills. A few years ago, their names took the world by storm. Ling Han familiarized himself with the formations first. This didn't need much time, and he quickly grasped them. What was important was to control the energy fluctuations when concocting alchemical pills. There couldn't be any errors at each node. Otherwise, it would affect the number and quality of completed pills. In fact, the cauldron might even explode, and all efforts would be in vain. After preparing for half a day, Ling Han began to concoct alchemical pills. He stimulated the formations, then proficiently tossed in various ingredients. The formation stimulated the power of heaven and earth, turning into some kind of mystical power. The medicinal ingredients that were thrown in seemed to be supported by an invisible hand. They did not fall to the ground, but rather floated in midair. Fuck, this brat couldn't really be a dual prodigy of formation and alchemy, right? Looking at Ling Han's proficient movements, Mo Guohao was a little uncertain. This kind of proficiency and confidence was definitely not something that could be formed all of a sudden. But this brat was clearly not even 20 years old yet, so where would he get so much time to practice alchemy? Moreover, this guy was quite accomplished in formations. Hold on, it seemed like this guy had only been practicing formations for a few months, right? Thinking of this, the corner of Mo Guohao's mouth involuntarily twitched. Could it be that he really encountered a monstrous talent? For Ling Han, alchemical pills like the mystical power pill were really too simple. Whether it was the technique or the change of control over the energy, they could not be considered complicated at all. It would only take 2 hours to complete the concoction. This was really no big deal. He was the alchemy emperor after all. Even if this was the first time he was refining, Ling Han was still very relaxed. His posture and composure would make even experienced alchemists grab his head in shock and exclaim in disbelief. That was natural. He had concocted alchemical pills in the Genesis world for who knew how many years, so who could compare? 2 hours later, Ling Han was done. 4 green alchemical pills were spinning around in the formations, emitting a slightly sweet and bitter smell. He reached over and grabbed the alchemical pills. He then stopped the formation. The longer and more times the formations channeled, the more worn out the formation foundations would naturally be. You really succeeded? Mo Guohao asked in surprise. Even though he had already guessed that Ling Han would succeed when he saw his attitude just then. Ling Han smiled and handed over the alchemical pills. He said, "Please take a look, senior." No need, this old man is really impressed. There is actually such a prodigy in this world, who is proficient in formations and alchemy at the same time. Mo Guohao sighed, and threw a key at Ling Han. In future, you can come here as you like. Thank you, senior. Ling Han put away the key. Since he had already begun concocting, he would concoct a few more batches. Ling Han activated the formations and continued to refine pills. 2-3 for Bacheza. He refined 7 batches in a single breath before finally stopping, and he was also very tired. Alchemy required controlling the formations, and controlling the formations required using spiritual power. Right now, most of his spiritual power had already been expended, and he felt a headache coming on. This was the result of overuse. No, he had to go back to sleep. Ling Han bade Mo Guohao farewell and returned home. Fuck. Could it be that this brat is really a monster? Mo Guohao murmured. Even though he was a formation master, he did not lack knowledge about alchemies. I remember. Ordinary alchemists would only be able to concoct 2 or 3 batches in a row. This brat actually concocted 7 batches in a single go. In terms of spiritual power, he's only at the elementary level. Thus, his spiritual power can't possibly be too powerful. There's only one possibility. His use of spiritual power has reached an incomparably exquisite level, and he didn't waste a single bit. Hiss, this old man has really picked up a treasure. Chapter 3168. 3168 Assassin. Killed. 3168 Assassin. Killed. Ling Han returned to his residence. He first ingested a mystical power pill, and after refining it, he fell asleep. He was too tired. Huan Shui had also ingested a mystical power pill, and was currently channeling her cultivation to refine it. She had long since been taught the Xianhuang technique. Assisted by the cultivation technique and the spirit-gathering formation, her improvement was maintained at an astonishing speed, and she was now at 6 meridians. This was mainly because the Xianhuang technique didn't temper mystical power very well, unlike Ling Han. The power extracted from the spirit-gathering formation and after refining couldn't even reach 1/3 of that from a normal cultivation technique. It was too useless. However, underlying Huan Shui's rapid advancement was her lack of battle prowess, only comparable to an ordinary 6 meridians. This was actually already good enough. The little handmaiden was presently cultivating. Because Ling Han had returned extremely late, By the time she had completely absorbed the medicinal effects of the mystical power pill, it was already past 3 o'clock in the morning. She yawned, and was just about to go to rest, when she suddenly discovered that the formation in the courtyard had been activated. She was a bit of a natural airhead. At first, she was stunned, and tilted her head in thought. Then, her expression changed drastically. Someone had barged in. Otherwise, why would the formations activate? Was it a thief? Huan Xue's first reaction was to wake Ling Han up, but when she thought of the young master's exhausted expression when he returned, she immediately dismissed this thought. Instead, she drew her sword and said to herself, "I can't disturb young master's rest. I'll be the one to guard young master." She emphasized it a few times to boost her own confidence. Then, wielding her sword, she walked into the courtyard. Her movements weren't small, and they caused some commotion. However, she didn't need to worry about being heard by the people in the formation. After entering this formation, one's brain would be deceived, and they would hear and see indescribable things. Then, as if they were trapped in a maze, they would not be able to walk out. From the outside, the area covered by this formation was actually very small. They would be able to exit after taking a few consecutive steps. With Ling Han's help, and added with the fact that Huan Xue's body had also cultivated spiritual power, she was naturally able to control this formation. That psychedelic effect was no longer effective on her. She could clearly see that there were two black-robed men in the formation. Their heads were covered, and they held shining long swords in their hands. It wasn't a thief. Huan Xue wasn't stupid, she was just a little slow to react. She immediately came to her senses. Thieves didn't need to use weapons, only bandits would. Moreover, this was Huju City, so where would the bandits come from? Thus, there was only one possibility left. They had deliberately come to kill Ling Han. They wanted to kill the young master? Huan Xue instantly felt a strong fighting spirit rise up in her. At first, she was a little afraid, but now, she didn't feel anything at all. She only felt incredibly furious. Someone actually wanted to harm her young master. Die! She approached, and delivered a sword strike. Under the effects of the psychedelic formation, the senses of the two masked people were deceived, and they did not sense anyone approaching at all. Moreover, that she came equipped with a sword. Needless to say, these two people were assassins sent by the Hell Organization. And as expected of someone with such a profession, they had an instinctive feeling about killing intent. When Huan Xue's sword was about to reach one of them, the masked person immediately reacted and hurriedly dodged. However, it was still a little too late. The tip of the sword swept past, leaving behind a fairly deep wound on his waist. Whoa! That person released an exclamation of surprise. However, beside him, his companion acted as if he had not seen or heard anything, which appeared extremely bizarre. Huan Xue's hands trembled slightly, and her face was also a little pale. This was not her first time fighting, but it was the first time she had the thought of killing someone. There was blood on the sword, and it exuded a fishy smell, making her feel like throwing up. However, when she thought of Ling Han, she immediately strengthened her resolve. If anyone wanted to harm her young master, they would have to step over her corpse first, she thought. Her resolve strengthened, and she struck again with her sword. This time it was a different person. Furthermore, her hand was even steadier. She stabbed out with her sword. It moved swiftly, accurately, and without hesitation, directly aiming for that person's back. That person was completely unprepared, and when the long sword approached him, he suddenly came to his senses. However, it was already too late for him to dodge. He only had time to roar loudly, and swung his sword behind him. However, being affected by the formations, even though he clearly wanted to draw his sword backwards, in the end, it pierced towards his left. As luck would have it, his companion was precisely at this position. Previously, his companion had been struck by the sneak attack, and thus was incredibly alert at the moment. As such, when this strike came, his reaction speed was extremely fast, and he drew his sword in a timely manner, wanting to block this attack. However, formations affected his divine sense. While he felt like he had parried this strike, the truth was otherwise. Pooh! Pooh! The other assassin's eyes widened, and he lowered his head to look at his chest. He saw the tip of his own blade, while another sword had been stabbed into his chest. He recognized this sword as that of his companion. Fuck. This thought flashed through his mind. With a tilt of his head, he died. A dead person would not be affected by formations. He fell towards his companion, and landed right by the latter's feet. The remaining assassin was also shocked, but when he finally saw the corpse of his companion, he couldn't help but pale in shock. He had encountered an elite. First, he had almost been struck, and then his companion had been silently stabbed to death. Clearly, the strength of his opponent far surpassed what was described in the information. They had been tricked. Retreat. He grabbed the corpse of his companion, then tossed out a rare treasure. This was a silver shuttle, and after he channeled it, it emitted a silvery light that surrounded him. Then, it sank into the ground, and he was gone. Having no more living people in it, the formations immediately stopped channeling. Had he fled? Huan Shui was slightly displeased as she held her sword. One of them had actually fled. However, in the next instant, she immediately recalled that she had killed someone. Her hand involuntarily shook. Ding, the long sword fell to the ground, and she leaned over to the side and vomited madly. After a long while, she finally calmed down. I have no regrets. Even if it happens again, not only will I kill someone, I won't let the other person escape either. Everything I have is given to me by young master. I want to protect young master. The little female attendant thought resolutely. A night passed, and Ling Han pushed open the doors and walked out. He soon noticed that Huan Shui was hugging a sword and napping in the courtyard. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Huan Shui immediately jumped up, brandishing the sword in her hand as if she was facing a great enemy. Huan Shui, what is it? Ling Han asked with a smile. Huan Shui let out a sigh of relief when she heard his voice. She hurriedly related what had happened that night. Oh, assassins have come? Ling Han's eyes focused on the courtyard. There was still a pool of blood that had not completely dried up within the formation. He thought for a moment, and felt that there was no need to guess who the mastermind was. It was likely either Yan Jun or Yang Ziqing, or it could just as likely be that the two of them were in cahoots to begin with. It wasn't difficult to guess. Ling Han was only curious. What kind of enmity did he have with Yan Jun? Why was the latter so determined to target him? No matter what, this enmity has been formed. He asked about the two assassins in detail, but the little handmaiden did not have much knowledge to begin with. She did not know anything at all, and only knew that they were two masked assassins. When that person left, he took out a silver shuttle? This is a rare treasure that can break through formation. Ling Han murmured, looks like I have to set up a killing formation. Chapter 3169. 3169 Improved Mystical Power Pill. 3169 Improved Mystical Power Pill. Young Master Jun, the assassination mission has failed, Yang Ziqing said with an expression of disbelief. He had just received the news through the optical computer, and had immediately come to inform Yan Jun. Yan Jun was also taken aback. He put down his wine cup and asked, how is that possible? The assassination success rate of the Hell organization was extremely high, and there were very few times that they failed. He had not thought that they would actually be defeated by a country bumpkin. The authorities of the organization also said that the information we gave was wrong. The other party was not a single person, but rather a woman who was proficient in formations was protecting Ling Han. They sent out two silver-plated assassins, and in the end, one died and one was injured. They even wasted a rare treasure before fleeing back, Yang Ziqing said. He paused and said with a long face, the Hell organization also wants us to pay compensation. Us? Yan Jun chuckled. What does it have to do with me? What? Yang Ziqing almost jumped up. How could you do this? You were clearly the one who wanted to commit murder, yet now there's a slip-up, and you're pushing all the blame onto me? You can't play around like this. But when he recalled Yan Jun's identity, he could only suppress his anger, and said, Young Master Jun, don't joke around. In order to help you complete this mission, I have already gone bankrupt. Yan Jun chuckled coldly, but ignored him. Instead, he mumbled, in the Hell organization, only those who have reached the top grade can be bestowed a title. There are a total of 3 types of titles: Diamond, gold, and silver medal. However, this did not mean that silver plate assassins fell behind the diamond and gold assassins. A silver plate represents that they had the highest success rate for assassinating Meridian opening tier practitioners. Meanwhile, the gold assassin is the best at killing blood transformation tier practitioners. Doesn't this mean that there's no one in the Meridian opening tier that can kill that guy? Yan Jun pondered for a moment. In other words, he should kill Ling Han as if he were a blood transformation tier cultivator. But in this way, the price of assassination would increase exponentially. Although he was a formations prodigy, he was only in his early 20s, after all, so what savings could he have? Furthermore, did they think that practicing formations was cheap? That was also a huge expense. His savings were completely insufficient for the Hell organization to send out assassins at the level of blood transformation tier. Did this mean he would have to let it go just like that? How could that be allowed? The moment he thought of the scene of Lien Xuerong and Ling Han together, flames of fury burned in his heart. No, he couldn't endure it. Moreover, once Ling Han's leave was cancelled, he would move into Shen Qing Banner's base camp. Would he still have the chance to kill Ling Han like this? Moreover, once Ling Han entered the camp, wouldn't the adulterous couple be able to live together then? Yan Jun spoke up and said, Ling Han must die. But Yang Ziqing wanted to clarify the situation objectively. He was out of money. I don't care what method you use. Go lend, steal, or snatch. In short, you must make the Hell organization move again. Yan Jun stared at Yang Ziqing. I will also go and raise money, and after this matter, I will help you ascend to the position of clan leader of the Yang clan. Do as you see fit. Yang Ziqing gritted his teeth, clapped his hands abruptly, and said, Young Master Jun, I understand. For the sake of the position of clan leader, he was going all out. Now, Ling Han had many things to do. Aside from cultivating the brother monkey cultivation technique for half an hour every morning, he still had to practice his spiritual power, study formation patterns, and concoct alchemical pills, so he was extremely busy. However, after ingesting one mystical power pill after another, his cultivation progress was also extremely rapid. Ordinarily speaking, one could only take one mystical power pill a day, and there was not much benefit to taking more. That was because there were substantial traces of poison in the pill, and there would be medicinal sediment, which would block the meridians, thereby affecting normal cultivation. In fact, even one's abilities would be affected. Mystical power was stored in his meridians. If his meridians were blocked, how could he channel the power out? Ling Han had only ingested one mystical power pill, and with his supreme comprehension of alchemy, he soon made modifications to the pill recipe, thereby reducing the existence of medicinal dregs. To say that there would be no medicinal dregs left behind at all was an impossible feat, unless the entire pill recipe was changed. That would be a project that demanded an entirely different level of effort. In a mere 3 days, Ling Han had already completed the modification of the pill recipe. He had concocted a new batch of mystical power pills, with the residue of the alchemical pill decreased to half of what it had been. This meant that he could take 2 mystical power pills in a day, and they were even purer. I can sell off some of them. Money grows more money, and only then would it form a positive cycle, Ling Han mumbled to himself. Should I sell the original type, or the improved version? Let's do the improved version. The cost of this modified version of the mystical power pill was actually slightly lower, because Ling Han had removed one medicinal ingredient, and decreased the portions of 3 medicinal ingredients. However, the effects had not decreased, but had instead increased. This was the strength of the Alchemy Emperor. He took 10 modified versions of mystical power pills and set out, heading to the largest alchemical pill shop in the city. Customer, what medicine do you want to buy? Immediately, a shop assistant approached. Ling Han shook his head and said, I'm not buying medicine. I want to sell medicine. Selling medicines? The shop assistant was curious. Of course, the shop had to purchase stock, but no one had ever come to the shop to take the initiative to promote themselves. Why? It was simple. What alchemist wasn't extremely proud? Who would worry about not being able to sell alchemical pills and felt the need to personally come? Selling alchemical pills. Ling Han took out a bottle. This is the mystical power pill. It has been modified, and the medicinal dregs have decreased by half. Not only has its effects not decreased, it has instead increased by about 10%. What? The shop assistant got a scare. He naturally knew what the mystical power pill was. In this world, the number of low-level cultivators would definitely be the highest. Thus, among the alchemical pills he sold, the mystical power pill was the most sought after. A great many alchemists had thought of improving this pill recipe to decrease the medicinal dregs, but why had there never been an improved version of the alchemical pill this whole time? That was because no one could do it. Now, a young man had come over and said that there was an improved version of the mystical power pill. How could they believe this? A scammer. The shop assistant didn't dare to confirm. He pondered for a moment, then said, "Please wait for a moment. I'll ask for instructions from our boss." Ling Han smiled and handed the bottle over. "You can take this along." There was only one pill here. Since he was going to sell medicine, he naturally would not mind giving one to others for a taste. All right. The shop assistant took the bottle, turned and left. Tang, tang, tang. He went up to the second floor. Why are you so blind? Can't you see this young master? A young man walked in, and when he saw Ling Han standing lazily, he couldn't help but feel angry. Ling Han was baffled. Who had he offended by standing here? He knew that he was good at attracting animosity, but he would never have thought that he would offend anyone just by standing there and waiting, right? Forget it, ignore it. You be it starred. Do you not want to continue living here? This young man was actually unwilling to give up, and directly walked over, looking very aggressive. Ling Han finally understood. This guy thought of him as a shop assistant here, so when he didn't approach and serve him, this made him angry. But was that really necessary? Scram, he stated calmly. If others were not polite, there was naturally no need for him to be nice either. Chapter 3170. 3170 First Arrogance, then Deference. 3170 First Arrogance, then Deference. You brat, if I don't kill you today, then my name isn't Pan Hu, this young man said as he pointed at Ling Han's nose. Young Master Hu, calm down. Calm down. Another shop assistant jogged over. He's not one of our shop assistants, but a customer, a customer. Pan Hu snorted and said, Customer? So what if he's a customer? Just because he is a customer, he can tell me to scram? The newly arrived shop assistant was so anxious that he was about to sweat. Of course, harmony was the most important thing in business. If news of their Mercy Medicine Hall bullying customers spread, how would they be able to do business in the future? However, this Pan Hu was their lady boss's nephew, so how could he dare to offend him? What are you waiting for? Quickly chase him out. Pan Hu said coldly. He looked at Ling Han and said, With me the young master here, don't even think about buying anything. This customer. The newly arrived shop assistant looked at Ling Han with a troubled expression. If he didn't chase him away, then he would definitely be fired later. All right. Ling Han nodded, turned around, and walked out of the door, walking slowly. However, don't regret it. At least you know what's good for you. Otherwise, there will definitely be suffering for you. Pan Hu said fiercely at Ling Han's back. He actually dared to threaten him. Humph, he didn't know what was good for him. Tang tang tang. Someone came down from the second floor. Pan Hu turned around and immediately put away his proud expression. He went up to him and greeted, Uncle. Two people came down from upstairs. The person walking in front was a middle-aged man who was almost 50 years old. Ordinary people's lifespan was about 150 years old, so anyone below 70 years old could be called middle-aged. He was the boss of Mercy Medicine Hall, Mo Guohao. He was quite a respected figure in Huju City. The other person was the shop assistant who had gone up earlier. He followed behind Mo Guohao. The reason why Pan Hu could be so domineering was naturally because of Mo Guohao. Therefore, in front of Mo Guohao, he had turned from a wild tiger to a tame cat. He could only try his best to please him. Mo Guohao only nodded slightly. He had never liked this nephew, but he was his sister-in-law's son. For the sake of his wife, he had to tolerate him. He frowned. Where's that customer? What customer? Pan Hu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Mo Guohao had specially come downstairs to see that brat just now? No, how was this possible? Not only was his uncle the boss of Mercy Medicine Hall, but he was also a middle-level alchemist. How could he lower himself to personally meet a small fry? He must be thinking too much. Mo Guohao looked at the other shop assistant and frowned. He immediately exuded a suffocating pressure. I'm asking you a question. The other shop assistant shivered and hurriedly said, Boss, is the customer you mentioned a young man who looks less than 20 years old, dressed in a green suit? Mo Guohao turned around and looked at the shop assistant who had just gone upstairs to seek him out. That's him. The shop assistant nodded. Pan Hu was stunned. What was going on? Mo Guohao really wanted to see that kid. A strong sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Where is he? Mo Guohao asked again. He was too excited. Someone had actually improved the formula of the mystical power pill. Even now, he still felt his scalp tingle. He left, the other shop assistant said. Why did he leave? Mo Guohao looked stern. The other party was clearly here to sell alchemical pills, and had even given him a completed pill, showing his incomparable sincerity. If nothing major had happened, why would the other party suddenly leave? And why in such a hurry? Uncle, that person was too arrogant. He was picky from the moment he entered. I argued with him, but he was still unconvinced. He wanted to inflict violence, but I chased him out, Pan Hu hurriedly said. He knew that this matter could not be hidden, so it was better for him to say it first and distort the truth. Humph. Mo Guohao's face became stern. Did he not know this nephew well? He was full of nonsense and could not be believed at all. He was here to sell medicine, and it was an improved version of the mystical power pill. It was not an exaggeration to say that as long as Ling Han released the news, all the pharmacies in Huju City would gladly cooperate with him. Picky? What nonsense! You, go and invite that person back. Mo Guohao suppressed his anger and said. Usually, he would let this guy do whatever he wanted, but not today. He had to teach him a good lesson this time. If you can't invite him back, you don't have to step into this place or the Mo clan residence ever again. Ah! Pan Hu's face involuntarily drooped. Just now, how had he treated Ling Han? Now, he actually had to go and invite him back. One could imagine what kind of expression Ling Han would show him. He was used to being arrogant. How could he stand it if he had to beg someone humbly? However, the problem was that if he did not invite Ling Han back, then Mo Guohao would clearly not acknowledge him as his nephew. Then, without the backing of the Mo clan, what was he worth? After thinking about it, he felt that there was only one way. If he were to stay stubborn now, he would be finished in the future. Uncle, don't worry. I'll definitely complete the mission, Pan Hu said and hurriedly chased after him. As he ran, he soon saw Ling Han. You! He caught up with him. Come back with me. My uncle wants to see you. He still maintained his high and mighty attitude, wanting to use this to intimidate Ling Han. Ling Han stopped in his tracks and said, Do you think I will go meet him just because you say so? It's your good fortune that my uncle is willing to see you. Pan Hu said, Do you know who my uncle is? Mo Guohao is a great alchemist. There are enough people who beg him to refine pills to form a long line. What else are you not satisfied with? Scram. Ling Han waved his hand dismissively. Good dogs don't block the way, scram aside. Brat, don't be an ungrateful wretch. Pan Hu shouted harshly. Ling Han smiled faintly. With his insight, he could naturally tell that Pan Hu was already putting on a fierce front, but cowardly on the inside. However, it didn't matter even if Pan Hu's attitude was really forceful. Then, he would beat him up severely. With a modified version of the mystical power pill in hand, how could he be afraid of not having a pharmacy that would buy it from him? He strode forward, completely ignoring Pan Hu. Pan Hu gritted his teeth, and hurriedly set off in pursuit again. He asked, What exactly do you want to be willing to leave with me? It was still this kind of attitude. Ling Han chuckled, and continued onwards. Pan Hu broke out in a cold sweat. If he could not invite Ling Han back today, then he would be chased out of the clan by Mo Guohao, and once he lost the backing of the Mo clan, what difference would there be between him and the hooligans on the streets? When he thought that it was possible that he would become someone that he usually looked down on, how could he still have any reservations? He immediately rushed in front of Ling Han, and then knelt down resoundingly. "Please come back with me." Ling Han looked at him calmly. To say nothing of the fact that he had once been an ultimate elite, now that he had restarted his path of alchemy, he could still become an influential figure. Would he care about the worship of such a minor character? It would not be so easy. He continued walking. "Milord, I was wrong. I was wrong." Pan Hu Hu repeatedly kowtowed behind him. Chapter 3171. 3171 Deal. 3171 Deal. Only then did Ling Han stop in his tracks, but he did not turn around. Seeing that there was a chance, Pan Hu Hu hurriedly continued to kowtow, not daring to stop. At the beginning, this caused his face to burn. Kneeling down in public, just how humiliating was that? But he actually wasn't some mighty figure, so how many people even knew him? Now, everyone was watching the excitement, but it was possible that they would forget all about it after a few days. For someone like him, pride was naturally important, but compared with actual benefits, it was negligible. "Please forgive me. I was wrong. I have really learnt my lesson now." He kowtowed so hard that even the skin of his forehead was broken. That particular spot was dripping with blood, which was still flowing down his cheek, and there was an indescribable misery about his whole appearance. "What did you do wrong?" Ling Han turned around and asked calmly. "I shouldn't have been blind, I shouldn't have been arrogant and conceited, I shouldn't have looked down on others." Pan Hu continued to reflect on himself, describing himself as the most shameless and immoral person in the world. Ling Han merely wanted to punish this person, and still wanted to do business with the Mercy Medicine Hall. After all, this was the largest pharmacy in Huju City, and its sales were also the best. Thus, seeing Pan Hu shed snot and tears like this, he felt that it was time to stop. "All right, get up," he said. Thank you, my lord." Only then did Pan Hu Hu carefully get back to his feet. Someone like him was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. Once his arrogance was suppressed, he would really be like a dog. He jogged over and said, "Milord, my uncle wants to see you." "Lead the way," Ling Han said. Business was more important. "Yes," Pan Hu Hu replied, and hurriedly walked ahead. It wasn't long before they arrived back at Mercy Medicine Hall. "I am Mo Guohao." The moment he entered, Mo Guohao came out to receive him. He smiled and stretched out his hand towards Ling Han, appearing extremely cordial. "I have really neglected you just now. I will definitely punish this brat severely." Ling Han. Ling Han stretched out his hand and shook hands with him. In the Genesis world, people generally clasped their hands in greeting. It seemed like this place liked to use the gesture of a handshake to exchange pleasantries. He smiled and said, "Who hasn't done wrong before? It's good enough that he will change." Was he interceding on his behalf? Pan Hu couldn't help but feel excited. In fact, he even felt like crying. Ling Han was actually interceding on his behalf, after how he had treated him. Young friend Ling is really broad-minded. Mo Guohao laughed loudly. Please come upstairs." "Please." The two of them went upstairs, and the other workers naturally didn't dare to follow them. Pan Hu pondered for a moment, then shamelessly went up to the second floor. Mo Guohao merely cast a glance at Pan Hu, and did not chase him away, which made Pan Hu feel slightly relieved. "Go, bring 2 cups of tea over," Mo Guohao said to Pan Hu after he had invited Ling Han to sit down. Yes. Pan Hu hurriedly left. "Young friend, how many more of these alchemical pills do you have?" Mo Guohao asked. He pointed at the bottle on the table that Ling Han had previously handed over to the staff. He had scraped off a bit to taste. With his strength as a middle-level alchemist, he was naturally able to immediately determine what improvements this new mystical power pill had. Thus, he immediately rushed down in extreme excitement. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "It's no problem to supply 10 pills every day." 10 pills. Mo Guohao was stunned. He was not surprised by this number, but rather the fact that 10 pills could be supplied every day, at such a uniform amount. "Could it be that this was concocted by our young friend?" he asked. "Otherwise, how could there be such guarantees?" Ling Han smiled faintly. That's right. Formation masters and alchemists were both symbols of status, and were also synonyms for safety. He had just arrived here, so he needed a certain amount of security. Mo Guohao couldn't help but inhale sharply. Such a young alchemist. If one wanted to become an elementary-level alchemist, they would have to concoct at least 10 types of elementary-level alchemical pills, and at least one of them would need spiritual power to stimulate the formations for its concoction. During the concoction process, they would also need to use their spiritual power to control the energy flow in the formations. Hence, at the beginning, the requirements for spiritual power were very high, and one had to reach elementary level. However, after that, alchemy didn't have too high a requirement for spiritual power. One only needed to be extremely detailed and meticulous. This was another direction of development. However, if one wanted to reach the spiritual power of elementary level, even a prodigy would need to be around 24 or 25 years old. Ordinary people would need to be over 30 years old. If one wanted to refine the mystical power pill, they would definitely need elementary level spiritual power pills. In other words, this young man in front of them was qualified to do so. This was too shocking. Young friend, you are really surprising. He sighed with emotion. It should be known that he had cultivated elementary-level spiritual power when he was 24 years old. This was already considered a super genius, but compared with Ling Han, Ling Han merely smiled. He had always been very modest, and had never been proud. Is young friend willing to sell the modified mystical power pill recipe? Mo Guohao's eyes were burning. Though the mystical power pill could only be used on Meridian opening tier elites, and was too low level for the overall level of cultivation, it was precisely because this was the lowest level that it possessed the widest market. If he could master this recipe and vigorously promote the new version of the mystical power pill, not only would he be able to obtain a huge amount of wealth, but he would also be able to leave his name in history. The strength of the entire army of the nation would increase greatly, because it would definitely be the lower ranks that had the most number of soldiers. Ling Han shook his head, not interested. Mo Guohao couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, this was within his expectations. If he could think of this, how could it be that Ling Han couldn't either? To be able to accomplish what all alchemists wanted to do but were unable to do, how could he be an idiot? In truth, he was really wrong. Ling Han would not take this kind of elementary-level pill recipe seriously. However, at present, he still had to depend on the modified version of the mystical power pill to earn money, so he naturally had to be the only supplier to be able to push up the price. When he learnt more pill recipes, such as one that could increase the cultivation level of blood transformation tier elites, and improved on it, he naturally wouldn't need to depend on the mystical power pill to earn money. By then, he would be able to sell the pill recipe. 10 pills a day? Mo Guohao settled for the next best thing. With the addition of the modified mystical power pill, Mercy Medicine Hall's position as the boss of the industry was firm and unbreakable. Otherwise, pharmacies like Western Clouds Medicine Hall and Great Conqueror Medicine Hall that were not much inferior to Mercy Medicine Hall could surpass them at any time. Ling Han nodded. I'll give you an address. Just send someone to pick it up every evening. All right. Mo Guohao nodded earnestly. Ling Han took out another bottle. This one was much bigger, and there were 9 mystical power pills inside. He placed them on the table. What's the price? He asked. This was naturally the most important question. Ordinary mystical power pills sell for 2,000 each. If this is a modified version, the effects would more than double, and the significance would definitely not be as simple as double. Thus, I have decided to price it at 5,000. Mo Guohao looked at Ling Han. Ling Han nodded. What about the dividends? You take 4,000, Mo Guohao said. This ratio was really generous. Chapter 3172. 3172 Meridian Exploration Pill. 3172 Meridian Exploration Pill. Mo Guohao was an alchemist, but at the same time, he was also a businessman. In business, he naturally hoped to earn more money. However, he also knew that if Ling Han sent this modified version of mystical power pill to other pharmacies, it would cause the customer flow of other pharmacies to spike. The total number of customers was fixed. The sudden rise of customers for other stores would naturally decrease the flow of customers to the Mercy Medicine Hall. Thus, this was something that had to be considered. Moreover, though the sales ratio of mystical power pills for Mercy Medicine Hall and other alchemists was 3-2, an ordinary mystical power pill would only be sold for 2,000. In other words, with every single pill sold, the Mercy Medicine Hall would only obtain 500 Dark North coins. Going by that calculation, even though the profit ratio was disadvantageous to the Mercy Medicine Hall, it was actually quite profitable. Furthermore, it could increase the customer flow and drive the profits of other alchemical pills as well. How profitable would that be? Thus, Mo Guohao wasn't stupid at all. Ling Han chuckled. To him, the pill completion rate was naturally 100%. On average, each cauldron would count as 4 pills. Then the cost of 500 would earn him 16,000, which was naturally a huge profit. All right, he nodded. Seeing Ling Han agree, Mo Guohao couldn't help but become even more enthusiastic. This was because Ling Han had become an extremely important business partner of his. Seeing how Mo Guohao held Ling Han in such high regard, Pan Hu couldn't help but feel lucky. If he hadn't managed to catch up with Ling Han and convince him to come back, who knew how much Mo Guohao would scold him now? Boss Missouri, are there any pill recipes for sale here? Ling Han asked. He couldn't keep looking for pill recipes on the online platform, because higher-grade pills wouldn't be sold there. Mo Guohao was astonished. You still have the spare energy to study other pill recipes? As he saw it, Ling Han would have to supply 10 alchemical pills every day, and at least 3 cauldrons worth of pills had to be completed. However, what elementary-level alchemist could guarantee that he would have a 100% success rate of pill completion? Then this alchemist would definitely be making a huge profit. Ordinarily speaking, it was already very impressive that the pill completion rate could reach 30%. Thus, Ling Han had to concoct around 10 cauldrons of alchemical pills a day, and practically did not even have the time to sleep. So what time would he have left to study new pill recipes? However, since Ling Han had asked, Mo Guohao took out the optical computer and said, "These are the pill recipes that I have gathered. Which do you want, young friend? I'll give it to you." Pill recipes were the same as martial arts techniques. They were both incredibly valuable, so Mo Guohao saying these words really gave Ling Han a huge favor. Ling Han nodded and said, "Thank you, Boss Missouri." He began to read. There were about 100 pill recipes in Mo Guohao's collection, and they were divided into the 3 major categories of elementary level, middle level and high level. For the elementary level category, the most practical ones were the Meridian Exploration Pill and the Mystical Power Pill. Ling Han only obtained the formula for the Mystical Power Pill. He didn't have the formula for the Meridian Exploration Pill yet, so he called out, "I'll learn the Meridian Exploration Pill first." Mo Guohao was surprised. Judging by Ling Han's tone, it was not enough that he had learnt this Meridian Exploration Pill, but he still wanted to learn other pill recipes in future. Do you really have that much time? The specific pill recipe is on the optical computer. Just open it and you'll know, he said. He felt that Ling Han was young and impetuous, and that was why he wanted to learn everything. He thought too highly about himself. However, when he encountered more obstacles, his mentality would be adjusted. Ling Han examined it carefully, and very soon, he had memorized all the ingredients and refinement techniques of the Meridian Exploration Pill. He ran through it in his mind. Compared to the Genesis world, the only difference in alchemy methods was that one used fire, while the other used formations to stimulate energy. Setting this aside, whether it was the Meridian Exploration Pill or the Mystical Power Pill, the difficulty of refining them was practically child's play. Ling Han dared to guarantee that even if he began to concoct alchemical pills now, he would still be able to easily concoct the Meridian Exploration Pill. He guaranteed a success on his first attempt. This was how confident the Alchemy Emperor was. "Then I'll take my leave first," Ling Han said. He had already completely grasped the Meridian Exploration Pill. The next question was whether he could improve the pill recipe and increase the chances of the Meridian Exploration Pill. "I'll send you down." Mo Guohao accompanied Ling Han downstairs, and had the person in charge of the cashier bring 40,000 Dark North coins to Ling Han. This was to pay for the 10 modified mystical power pills. Ling Han did not stand on ceremony either. In any case, Mo Guohao would definitely not lose out. The only difference was whether he earned more or less. "Uncle, I'll send young Master Han back," Pan Hu suddenly said. Mo Guohao was surprised. Since when had this nephew of his become sensible? He naturally hoped to develop a good relationship with Ling Han, but because he was much older, it was very difficult for the two of them to have a common topic of conversation, which would be more convenient for Pan Hu. However, he was worried that Pan Hu would screw up the matter, and that what was intended to be a good deed would become bad. "You have to be careful," he warned. "I understand," Pan Hu said. Since his uncle valued Ling Han so much, he naturally would treat Ling Han as if he were his uncle. No. He would be even more respectful, because this was equivalent to bootlicking two people at once. "Young friend Ling, let Huzi send you off," Mo Guohao said with a smile. "You're all young people, so you should have something in common to talk about." Ling Han thought that he had lived for who knew how many years in the Genesis world, and was definitely an old monster. Who here would have a common topic with him? However, he didn't mind, so he nodded. "Young Master Han, please," Pan Hu said respectfully. His humble attitude was inconceivable to the staff in the shop. Since when had that second-generation young master become a completely different person? The two of them left. Along the way, Pan Hu carefully chose some interesting topics to share with Ling Han. He was an ignorant and incompetent person. The so-called interesting topics were all related to women, causing Ling Han to quickly show an expression of impatience. However, Pan Hu was quite observant when it came to judging the mood. He hurriedly shut his mouth and didn't say anything. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, could it be that young Master Han doesn't like women? Hiss, if he didn't like women, then he liked men. Should he sell his A*S to gain Ling Han's favor? Forget it. This sacrifice was too great. At least for now, there was no need for it. They hailed a cab and returned to Ling Han's residence. Of course, Ling Han didn't need to pay, and Pan Hu rushed to pay. He even wanted to follow Ling Han into the residence and continue to develop friendly relations with him. But in the end, Ling Han tactfully refused. Pan Hu wasn't too disappointed. After all, he had just offended Ling Han, and it was already very difficult for him to repair their relation to this extent. How could he hope to become Ling Han's best friend in an instant? He made up his mind. From tomorrow onwards, he would be the one to collect the medicine. In this way, he would be able to communicate and develop good relations with Ling Han every day. Tiske, he was really too smart. After standing outside Ling Han's residence for a while, he took a cab back. The moment Ling Han returned to his quarters, he began to refine Meridian exploration pills. He had a strong interest in alchemy. Sure enough, after only 2 hours, he successfully concocted the first cauldron of Meridian exploration pills. The divine stone had boosted his luck, and added with his natural talent in alchemy, it wasn't strange for him to succeed in one go. Ling Han tasted one, and savored it carefully. After a while he smiled and murmured, "I can increase its effects to 20%. Chapter 3173. 3173 Mo Guohao was dumbfounded. 3173 Mo Guohao was dumbfounded. Inconceivable. Meridian exploration pill originated from the last era of civilization. To say nothing of predecessors, it had been passed down for more than 100 years, but no one had ever been able to improve it in the slightest. However, Ling Han had only refined it once, and after tasting it once, he already had a direction of how to improve it. Just how terrifying was this? Why do I feel that because this is the lowest grade of alchemical pill, and that's why it's so easy to improve? Ling Han frowned slightly. There was no need to mention the people of this era, because they had only advanced into martial arts for less than 100 years, and had just begun. However, since the civilization of the last era could create so many pill recipes, formations, and contain the glorious era of martial arts, it meant that it was already a mature system. In such a mature environment, how could it be that no one could improve the pill recipe? It was very simple. Ling Han could easily sense what was wrong with the alchemical pill, and if it was too strong or too weak, he would need to add more or decrease some of the corresponding medicinal ingredients. But why did the ancients not discover anything? Could it be that after he had condensed the essence of the divine stone, his alchemy ability had reached a chilling extent? Or perhaps Ling Han guessed this was too worthless in the civilization of the last era, and that was why there was no smarter alchemist studying this problem to increase the effects of the alchemical pill. Which one was it? It was possible that it was both. On the one hand, Ling Han's ability in alchemy was too strong, And on the other, the Meridian exploration pill was perhaps really not much in the civilization of the last era, so no one had spent the effort to modify it. Forget about it. My priority now is to earn money. The modified Meridian exploration pill should be able to bring me more income. The mystical power pill could only speed up one's cultivation. Whether there was one or not was only a matter of speed of cultivation. However, the effects of the Meridian exploration pill had been improved. Yet they could allow those who initially could only stop at 10 meridians to reach 11 meridians, and people at 7 meridians would be able to reach 8 meridians. The significance of this was completely different. Ling Han would concoct 3 cauldrons of mystical power pills every day. Then, in addition to cultivating, he would focus his attention on improving the Meridian exploration pill. Having a direction was one matter, but as for how to improve it, this was a meticulous process. It could not possibly succeed in a single stroke. However, it was only 4 days, and Ling Han had already completed it. The effects have increased to 20%. Originally, the Meridian exploration pill could give a martial artist a 10% chance of sensing a new meridian, but now, it had reached 20%. Even if it was only an additional 10% chance, it might give half of the majority a chance of advancing into a higher cultivation level. The significance of this was completely different. When Pan Hu came again at night, Ling Han handed him 2 bottles of alchemical pills. Young Master Han, what's this bottle? Pan Hu was curious. You can just hand it over to Boss Missouri, Ling Han said. Understood. Pan Hu nodded, paused, then continued. Does young Master Han have any other commands? These few days, he had acted like he was a servant, so his attitude could not be more humble. Go on. Ling Han waved him off. However, after only over an hour, Mo Guohao arrived with Pan Hu by his side. Ling Han knew that the Meridian exploration pill would give Mo Guohao a great shock, but the fact that he immediately ran over in person was somewhat beyond Ling Han's expectations. Young friend, you are really good at scaring people. I am only 46 years old this year, but I am about to have a heart attack because of you, Mo Guohao said. Though he was joking, his expression still could not hide his shocks. How could he not be shocked? Ling Han took the pill recipe with him. It had only been 5 days, but not only had he completely grasped the pill recipe and concocted alchemical pills, he had also improved the pill recipe and concocted new pills. Fuck, taking a step forwards with every passing day, how could this not scare him to death? Though he was a middle-level alchemist, in front of such a freakish alchemist, he felt extremely insignificant, as if he could vaguely see an alchemy grandmaster. Ling Han chuckled and said, "It's just an increase of 10%. It's nothing." This was still considered nothing. Mo Guohao sighed and said, "Young friend, do you know what this means? Using the new version of Mystical Power Pill and Meridian Exploration Pill together can increase the overall strength of our army by at least 10 times. This is a great merit." Ling Han chuckled, "I just want to earn some money." "This has nothing to do with earning money," Mo Guohao said with a smile. "I plan to auction off the Meridian Exploration Pill. Only then would it be able to show the best effects. Do you agree?" "Sure." Ling Han nodded. Actually, if he opened his own store, the profits would definitely be higher, but that would be too troublesome. He had to cultivate martial arts and also concoct alchemical pills and formations, so where would he get so much time? Thus, he didn't mind letting others earn a little, so that he could free up his hands to do what he wanted. The time is set to be 3 days later. Mo Guohao continued, "How about it?" Previously, though he thought very highly of Ling Han, he still had the pride of a middle-level alchemist. It was only because Ling Han was an important business partner that he appeared very polite. However, now, he really considered Ling Han to be in existence of the same level, or even in fact, slightly higher than himself. Even if Ling Han was only an elementary-level alchemist now, just because he could improve on those 2 pill recipes, it was not impossible that the Alchemist Society of the Imperial Capital would make an exception and promote him to become a senior-level alchemist. In fact, it was not impossible that he would even be bestowed the title of Honorary Grandmaster. Before he knew it, Mo Guohao had already put away his airs. In fact, it could even be said that he was showing respect. "All right." Ling Han nodded. When Pan Hu saw this, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Young Master Han was really too awesome, that even his uncle was respectful in front of him. He was really too wise, and managed to change his attitude in the nick of time. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to ride on Ling Han's coattail, he would even have offended an incredibly terrifying existence. Mo Guohao and Pan who quickly left, while Ling Han practiced spiritual power for a while longer. This was really too difficult to improve. There was no cultivation technique, nor was there any treasured fruit. He could only depend on himself to improve bit by bit, which was really slow. Ling Han used the optical computer to connect to the online platform again. He wanted to see if there were any special treasures that could quickly increase his spiritual power. In the end, he was disappointed. He saw that a great many people had posted information asking for offers, wanting a treasured fruit called Amazing Cloud Fruit. This could increase one's spiritual power. At a glance, they were all asking to buy, but no one had reached a deal. Of course, these requests naturally came from formation masters and alchemists. The others didn't need to increase their spiritual power. He took a look. The Amazing Cloud Fruit was produced in the Yudu Mountains, but this kind of treasured fruit was rare, and secondly, it grew in extremely dangerous places. The difficulty of harvesting it was like ascending the heavens, so there had always been no lack of buyers but a serious lack of sellers. At first, Ling Han wanted to put up a request for purchase as well, but looking at how others would easily offer a high price of over 1 million, if he did not put up a higher price, he would not be able to compete at all, and if he wanted to put up a request for purchase, he would need an advance payment. If he did not reach a deal, the advance payment would be directly refunded to him. He still couldn't take out a few million Dark North coins now, so he could only give up on this idea. Work hard on concocting alchemical pills to earn money. Chapter 3174. 3174 Cutting the Line. 3174 Cutting the Line. In 3 days' time, Ling Han had concocted a total of 29 cauldrons of improved Meridian exploration pills, which almost tired him to death. Since his cultivation level had reached a certain level, he had never been so tired from alchemy. However, he was also very satisfied, because he now had about 90 Meridian exploration pills in his possession. This could probably bring him millions in income. It was really too easy for alchemists to earn money. Even formation masters couldn't compare. Because the staff of Mercy Medicine Hall were all very busy today, and even a second-generation young master like Pan who had to entertain profligate young masters, so he didn't come to pick Ling Han up. Ling Han didn't mind. It wasn't like he didn't have arms and legs, so how could he not go himself? He brought his little female attendant with him, and called for a car. Very soon, they arrived at Mercy Medicine Hall. Goodness! He looked through the window, and couldn't help but hiss. There were really a lot of people here today. The entrance was completely crowded with cars, and people were continuously disembarking. It should be known that these were only people who had gotten off the cars. After getting off, the cars would naturally leave, but even so, it was still on such a large scale. This was really a little exaggerated. Speaking of which, was the Meridian exploration pill that attractive? After quite a while, the car slowly arrived at the entrance, but before it had even stopped, a car suddenly cut in from behind, and stopped in front of them. The car that Ling Han was in had to stop. When the person on the car in front of him got off and the car drove off, only then would his car be able to continue forwards. Cutting into the queue of people, no, cutting into the queue of cars. Ling Han was instantly enraged. Everyone was obediently lining up, and you're the only one who doesn't abide by the rules. DDD. The driver of Ling Han's car honked. He was also very displeased. A man and woman alighted from the car ahead of them. They were both very young. The man looked like the absolutely arrogant and snobbish type, while the woman was extremely beautiful and coquettish. After this man got out of the car, he walked over and kicked Ling Han's car. Pa! The headlight of the car was instantly crushed by his stomp. Motherfucker! What the fuck are you honking the horn for? Are you trying to kill me with your noise? The man continued to curse as he kicked the other headlight. The driver hurriedly alighted and asked, "Why did you smash my car?" "So what if I smash it?" The man was very arrogant. He pointed at the driver and said, "Do you know who I am? Fuck, you actually dare point at my nose. I think you're tired of living." He raised his hand and was just about to hit the driver, which scared the latter so much that he hurriedly ducked into the car. The man continued to curse, and the coquettish woman beside him also wore a haughty expression as she said, "To dare anger our young master Ming, you're truly seeking death." The car in front of them drove off, but the man still felt like he had not vented his anger enough. He continued to kick Ling Han's car endlessly. Ling Han alighted from the car. Huan Shui hurriedly opened the door and came down as well, standing beside Ling Han. Someone actually dares to come down? The man looked at Ling Han, but soon turned his gaze away, and stared at Huan Shui. I didn't expect there to be a little beauty. Huan Shui couldn't be considered an exquisite beauty, but she was still above average. Ling Han beckoned with his hand and said, "Come here." The man faltered, then was amused, and said, "You idiot, you actually dare to call me over? Who are you? Do you think you are the city lord?" However, even though he said this, he still walked over and said, "What's wrong? Do you still dare to hit me?" He moved one side of his face closer. "Come on then, give it a try." "Huan Shui," Ling Han said. "Yes, young master," Huan Shui hurriedly replied. "Slap him." "Yes." Huan Shui naturally carried out Ling Han's command without any reservations. She raised her hand and slapped the man heavily. How could the man have imagined that Huan Shui would really dare to make a move? He had also positioned himself as if he was ready to take a slap, so it was naturally impossible for him to dodge. This slap caused stars to appear in front of his eyes. It should be known that Huan Shui had now advanced further, and possessed the cultivation level of 7 Meridians. How could such a massive force be pleasant to the face? Fortunately, Huan Shui didn't use her full strength. Otherwise, his face would have been smashed into mush. "Why you dare to hit me?" The man faltered for a moment before revealing a furious expression. He also directed a slap at Huan Shui. Huan Shui dodged, then counterattacked. She was a 7 Meridians, while that man was only a 6 Meridians. Thus, after a few moves, Huan Shui was completely on the upper hand. Then, she slapped the man's face like she was spanking someone's behind. "Pa pa pa," a crisp and loud sound rang out. "What are you doing, you crazy woman? Let go of young Master Ming," the coquettish woman screamed. However, she wasn't a cultivator, so she could only yell from the sidelines. Isn't this Zhong Yongbi's younger brother, Zhong Yongming?" someone at the side asked. Though he is not much, his older brother, Zhong Yongbi, is quite extraordinary. He has already become an elementary-level alchemist at only 27 years old, and is renowned for being the second Mo Guohao. Zhong Yongbi is really quite extraordinary. He is one of the most popular figures of the younger generation. He, together with Yan Jun and Tuoba Tianhuang, are known as the 3 elites, representing alchemy, formations, and the most outstanding talent in martial art. However, to be honest, it is fortunate that Zhong Yongbi and Yan Jun are representatives of alchemy and formations. Otherwise, if it was martial arts, who would be able to match Tuoba Tianhuang? Indeed, Tuoba Tianhuang is a prodigy that would only appear once in 100 years in martial arts. In future, he would become an overlord that would look down on the rest of the world. He is definitely not someone that Zhong Yongbi and Yan Jun can compare to. We're getting off the topic. We're talking about Zhong Yongming now. Him. Just an idiot. However, to bully Zhong Yongbi's younger brother like this, isn't he afraid that Zhong Yongbi would be angered? That's right. Today is the auction hosted by Zhong Yongbi's master, Grandmaster Mo Guohao. He will definitely attend as well. If Zhong Yongbi finds out that he beat Zhong Yongming here, Zhong Yongbi will definitely not let the matter go. The people in the surroundings were all discussing spiritedly. The majority liked to join in on the excitement, and the scene that was happening now was obviously very much in line with the mentality of those watching the excitement. "Did you hear that?" Zhong Yongming roared. "My brother is Zhong Yongbi, and my brother's master is Mo Guohao, Grandmaster Mo. If you anger me, I guarantee that you won't be able to buy an alchemical pill in Huju City." Ling Han merely chuckled, and acted as if he had not heard. "Pa," Huan Shui gave him a heavy slap. He actually dared to shout at her young master. "Humph! Enough!" Ling Han waved his hand, and Huan Shui immediately stopped. "What's going on? Why are you making so much noise?" A man walked out, an impatient expression on his face. Didn't he know that today was a big day for the Mercy Medicine Hall? Young Master Hu. Brother Hu. Everyone called out, appearing very polite. This was Pan Hu. Though he was an idiot, he was Mo Guohao's nephew. It should be known that a few days ago, Mo Guohao had unveiled a modified version of the mystical power pill, and now there was a modified version of the Meridian exploration pill being auctioned. Even the city lord had been alerted. He had expressed several times that this modification of Mo Guohao was a great merit, and could be recorded in the history books, becoming a pillar of support for the nation. With the rise of the tide, Pan Hu also became extremely popular. Brother Hu. Zhong Yongming pounced over with an aggrieved expression. Chapter 3175. 3175 Brother Hu. 3175 Brother Hu. What is it? When Pan Hu saw this, he asked calmly. Both he and Zhong Yongming were ignorant and incompetent second-generation young masters. However, in comparison, his status was much higher, so he naturally became Zhong Yongming's boss. Brother Hu, I was bullied, you have to stand up for me. Zhong Yongming grabbed one of Pan Hu's arms, like a child who had been wronged, asking for help from his parents. Pan Hu couldn't help but show a proud expression, and said, I really want to see which blind guy dares to bully my people. With the introduction of the modified version of the mystical power pill, whether it was the popularity of the Mercy Medicine Hall or Mo Guohao's personal reputation, they had all been raised to a new height, especially with the modified version of the Meridian exploration pill, which made Mo Guohao seem practically like an alchemy legend. Even the city lord praised him endlessly. Under such circumstances, as Mo Guohao's nephew, Pan Hu's status naturally rose accordingly. His opinion of himself was really soaring, and his whole person was also puffed up. Someone was bullying his underling? Humph. Just see how he would deal with the other. Brother Hu, it's them. Zhong Yongming pointed at Ling Han and Huan Shui. Ha! Fuck. When Pan Hu saw Ling Han, he felt a chill rise up from the soles of his feet, almost causing him to pass out in fright. This was Ling Han. Others might not know, but how could he not know? Whether it was the modified version of the mystical power pill or the Meridian exploration pill, they were all provided by Ling Han. It was all because of Ling Han that his status had been able to soar madly in the last few days. To say nothing else, he still remembered the last time he offended Ling Han and was forced to kneel in public, which saved him from being punished by Mo Guohao. Had he not suffered enough? Had he not learned his lesson? If he offended Ling Han again, it was not impossible that Mo Guohao would beat him to death. Brat, now that my boss is here, are you afraid? Zhong Yongming strutted around and even rushed over, pointing a finger at Ling Han. If it weren't for the fact that he was still wary of Huan Shui, his finger would probably be poking at Ling Han. Ling Han smiled, hee, I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid. It's good that you know to be afraid. Kneel down. Zhong Yongming said proudly, regaining his usual arrogant demeanor. When he saw that Ling Han had no reaction, he couldn't help but urge, I told you to kneel, didn't you hear? Could it be that you want our brother Hu to tell you? Sure, Ling Han said. He looked towards Pan Hu and asked, Brother Hu, what do you say? Zhong Yongming also turned around. He was sure that Pan Hu would definitely fly into a thunderous rage and teach Ling Han a harsh lesson. Sure enough, Pan Hu walked over aggressively. What a great amount of anger. Zhong Yongming was slightly shocked. He had not thought that he was actually so important to Pan Hu. Otherwise, why would Pan Hu be so furious? He was getting closer and closer, and Pan Hu had already raised one hand high before slapping it down. Wasn't this slap a little too early? Pa! A crisp sound reverberated in all directions. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Had Pan Hu gone mad, or was there something very seriously wrong with his eyes? He actually delivered a slap right onto Zhong Yongming's face. Brother Hu, you hit the wrong person. That be it starred is behind me. Zhong Yongming covered his face with one hand and said with an aggrieved expression. I didn't make a mistake, and I'm beating you up, be it starred. Pan Hu roared in fury. Pa pa pa. He rained down blows on Zhong Yongming, and he started to beat him up madly. You be it starred. Do you know who Ling Han is? Are you trying to fucking kill me? Just see if I won't beat you to death. Zhong Yongming was completely stupefied. What had happened? Previously, he had been madly slapped by a woman, and now, he was being beaten harshly by Pan Hu. He didn't seem to have done anything extremely evil that would deserve this. Brother Hu! Brother Hu! What did I do wrong? Why did you hit me? He felt extremely aggrieved. Be it starred. When Pan Hu heard this, he was naturally even more enraged. You almost killed me, do you know that? Do you know who young Master Han is? He roared in fury. Young Master Han. Zhong Yongming was taken aback, his brain completely unable to process what had happened. Who was young Master Han? No matter what, there was no way he could connect young Master Han with Ling Han. How was this possible? He had naturally seen all of Brother Hu's friends, and this guy wasn't among them. Pang pang pang. After a series of blows, Pan Hu forced Zhong Yongming to kneel in front of Ling Han, and said, "Hurry up and kowtow and apologize to young Master Han." What, young Master Han was this young man in front of him? Zhong Yongming finally understood why Pan Hu had hit him. He couldn't help but feel shocked. A person that even Brother Hu had to address as young master, what kind of background did he have? Who knows, a few words from him may be enough to decide his life or death. He finally knew fear and said in a trembling voice, "Young Master Han, I was wrong." Kowtow. Pan Hu actually kicked him. Fuck, even he had kowtowed a dozen over times on the streets back then. Could it be that he would be able to bluff his way out just like that? Zhong Yongming had no choice but to kowtow. Only then did Ling Han say calmly, "You don't have to kowtow to me, but to this driver." He pointed at the driver that was still hiding inside the car. Zhong Yongming revealed an obvious look of resistance. He could bear it if he was kowtowing towards young Master Han. After all, even Brother Hu would have to address him as young master, but this driver. Fuck, if he had to apologize to a lowly driver, would he still be able to survive in the future? Pah! His hesitation was immediately followed by a slap from Pan Hu. Young Master Han told you to apologize, yet you still dare to hesitate. Do you believe that I'll thrash you to death? Pan Hu said in a vicious tone. In order to gain Ling Han's favor, he really dared to commit murder. Zhong Yongming finally became afraid. That cannibalistic expression on Pan Hu's face was definitely not an act. He said to the driver, "Sorry." The driver was filled with fear and trepidation. By now, he naturally knew who Zhong Yongming was. Being apologized to like this, would this cause a calamity to him in future? He was just an ordinary little driver, so how could he afford to trifle with a second-generation young master like Zhong Yongming? Ling Han naturally could tell that the driver was worried, and said calmly, "Don't worry. In future, even if you lose a single hair, I will still seek out second young Master Zhong for an accounting." Ah! Zhong Yongming's eyes widened in shock. If he lost even a single strand of his hair, he was going to be called to account. Then he was really too wronged, wasn't he? Oh, if this guy was killed, then he would have to pay with his life as well. Ling Han cracked a smile. "You guessed right, that's the logic." What logic? He was absolutely unreasonable. Hearing Ling Han say this, the driver finally felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders. It was good that there was no future trouble. "Young masters, I'll take my leave," he said. "Wait," Ling Han said with a smile. "Don't be anxious. I still haven't paid the fare, and I still haven't paid for the broken lights." No need, the driver hurriedly said. "Of course there is a need." Ling Han looked at Zhong Yongming and said, "Whoever breaks it will be responsible for compensation, understand?" Zhong Yongming had learned his lesson this time, and hurriedly took out money of his own volition, stuffing a handful of money into the hands of the driver. It's too much. There's no need for so much." The driver was an honest person. Everyone watched in dumbfounded shock. Chapter 3176. 3176 Auction. 3176 Auction. Who was this guy? He actually managed to deal with two profligate second-generation young masters until they had become so submissive. The driver left, and order returned to this place. One after another, people disembarked from the cars, but they did not enter. They were all discussing on the sidelines. They wanted to know what great person Ling Han was, that he could actually make Pan Hu treat him with such respect. It definitely isn't Zhong Yongbi. Of course. If that person was Zhong Yongbi, Zhong Yongming wouldn't have come into conflict with him at all. Moreover, Zhong Yongbi wouldn't have been able to suppress Pan Hu like this. Could it be Yan Jun? That doesn't seem to be the case either. Yan Jun is already 24 or 25 years old, right? The age is not right. Furthermore, Yan Jun is also unable to suppress Pan Hu age. Then it would have to be Tuoba Tian Huang. That's right. Tuoba Tian Huang is around this age. He's the #1 cultivator of the younger generation, and he'll definitely become an overlord in the future. It's reasonable for Pan Hu to bootlick him like this. But Tuoba Tian Huang is already at 12 Meridians. What is he doing here? That person isn't Tuoba Tian Huang. Tuoba Tian Huang's appearance is extremely unique. His hair isn't tied up, and he's wanton and unrestrained. He's definitely not that person. Furthermore, Pan Hu calls him young Master Hans. That's strange. What young man in the city has such might? The son of the city lord? The young master of the top clan, the Yen clan? But neither of their names have the word Han. Everyone was discussing spiritedly, but ultimately, they could not guess Ling Han's identity. In truth, even if someone recognized Ling Han and said that he was a deputy captain of Xianqing Banner, it was guaranteed that no one would believe him. With Pan Hu leading the way, Ling Han entered the private room that had been prepared for him. As for Zhong Yongming, he couldn't be bothered to deal with him for the moment. He would deal with him when he returned. Fuck. He had almost ruined a matter of such importance for him. He really wanted to strangle this Biet star to death. No one paid attention to Zhong Yongming. Occasionally, there would be mocking gazes sweeping over, making him feel extremely indignant. He was really dissatisfied. Most importantly, he didn't even know who Ling Han was. This beating really made him feel sullen. Yongming, what's wrong with you? A deep voice rang out, and behind Zhong Yongming, a lanky man appeared. He looked to be in his late 20s. Brother! Zhong Yongming was overjoyed, and he immediately charged over. This gave Zhong Yongbi a scare. In such a public place, what kind of impropriety would it be for two men to be embracing each other? He stepped aside, not allowing Zhong Yongming to pounce on him head-on. However, one of his legs was still being hugged by Zhong Yongming, making him grit his teeth. This scene was still so beautiful that no one dared to look at it. Let go, he whispered. Brother, you must avenge me. Zhong Yongming had finally found a real great protector after much difficulty, so how could he possibly let go? Seeing this scene, the people in the surroundings all laughed. Zhong Yongbi felt his face burn. He hurriedly pulled his brother up by force. Pa pa pa. They ran into Mercy Medicine Hall. He was Mo Guohao's most outstanding disciple, and his status in the pharmacy was actually even higher than Pan Hu's. He too reserved a private room, and then asked his younger brother about the situation. When Zhong Yongming explained the situation in full detail, Zhong Yongbi's expression couldn't help but become dark. Humph, aside from being arrogant and domineering, what else did a Biet starred like Pan Hu know? And now, it was even better. He was actually favoring an outsider, and was even bullying one of their own people now. This was practically betrayal. Zhong Yongming was afraid of Pan Hu, but he wasn't. In fact, he even looked down on him very much. Don't worry, I will definitely stand up for you, Zhong Yongbi said. However, the auction was about to begin, so it was not appropriate for him to come into conflict with Pan Hu at this time. Thus, he decided to first wait for the auction to begin. This was something that Mo Guohao valued very much, so he definitely could not allow the slightest mistake. Towards Mo Guohao, he was sincerely impressed. In fact, he admired him from the bottom of his heart. He actually managed to improve the Meridian Exploration Pill and Mystical Power Pills recipe, creating the greatest miracle in the last 100 years of alchemy, benefiting the nation and the people, and may even be summoned by the emperor in future. Thinking of this sovereign of the Dark North nation, Zhong Yongbi couldn't help but feel even more reverent. That was really a legend, and in the whole country, who didn't treat him like a god? The auction soon began, and the host was actually Mo Guohao himself. Mercy Medicine Hall was a very big place. When it was first established, it was already thought that there might be an auction held in the future, so it had been developed in this direction when designing it. Before this, the Mercy Medicine Hall had already hosted several auctions. However, this was the first time that they had held an auction for a single type of medicine. Everyone, welcome. Mo Guohao's face was glowing. Everyone has already seen the information. Today's auction is for the modified Meridian Exploration Pill, which can increase the chances of sensing new Meridians to about 20%. I guarantee with my reputation that this is definitely not the slightest bit false. Beneath him, there was a commotion. Everyone had received an invitation from Mercy Medicine Hall, and knew that a modified Meridian Exploration Pill had appeared, which was why they had rushed over. Now, with Mo Guohao personally explaining about it, everyone was naturally extremely excited. This meant that the cultivation level of many people that had already stagnated could improve again. I have a total of 90 Meridian Exploration Pills here. The rules of the auction are as follows. Every 10 pills is a set, and will be auctioned by set. In other words, everyone has 9 chances to win the bid. Fuck. Hearing these words, everyone wanted to curse Mo Guohao and call him an unscrupulous merchant. If they were auctioned off one by one, there would be a total of 90 pills. At least half of them would not be auctioned off for a very high price. After all, there were a lot of them, so they would just wait for the next one. But it was a different story now. There were only a total of 9 sets. They had to give it their all. Mo Guohao smiled brightly. Though he was an alchemist, he was also an outstanding businessman, and maximizing his profits was his pursuit. Then let's begin. The auction began, and it was as if everyone had been pumped full of adrenaline. They immediately placed a crazy bid, as if that was not money, but merely a number. The first set of Meridian Exploration Pills sold for a high price of 260,000, and the average price for each was 26,000. Meanwhile, the ordinary Meridian Exploration Pills only sold for 5,000 each. The difference was truly huge. The following auction was still very heated, because there were only 9 sets. It only took an hour, and the 9 sets of Meridian Exploration Pills were all auctioned off, fetching a total of 2,520,000 Dark North coins. This was a very shocking number. Ling Han believed that if he were to sell them himself, it would be very good if he could get even half the price. That was because Mo Guohao and Mercy Medicine Hall itself were a signboard, and this was intangible value. Of course, there were only a total of 90 Meridian Exploration Pills. This was also a very important reason. After all, the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. However, Mo Guohao's words at the end almost drove those who had managed to win with their bid mad, and those who had not managed to successfully buy any once more became excited. In the future, every week, Mercy Medicine Hall will hold an auction, which includes but is not limited to the modified Meridian Exploration Pills. Fuck. Profiteering merchant. What a profiteering merchant. Too deceitful, too black-hearted. Chapter 3177. 3177 Complaint. 3177 Complaint. Young Master Han, I'll bring you to see Uncle, Pan Hu said respectfully. Goodness, in just 3 days' time, young Master Han had concocted 90 Meridian Exploration Pills, creating such terrifying wealth. In comparison, the pocket money or rather salary he received every month was only 8,000. It was practically too inferior. This was how prodigies were. If they wanted to earn money, they could simply stretch out their hands. He was so awesome that he could only admire him. Ling Han nodded, and with Pan Hu leading the way, went to meet Mo Guohao. They had just arrived at the doors of the study on the 2nd floor, when they saw 2 more people walk over. Zhong Yangbi and Zhong Yangming. Brother, it's them. As the saying went, when enemies met, they would naturally be furious. Zhong Yangming immediately pointed at Ling Han, his expression looking as if he wanted to devour him. Afterwards, he naturally found out that Ling Han was the mastermind. That little beauty was only obeying Ling Han's words. Zhong Yangbi humphed and said, Pan Hu, you have to give me an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, I will report this to my master, and you will definitely be punished. This guy was always neglecting his proper duties and doing all kinds of bad things. He had long since been disliked by Mo Guohao. However, because he was his nephew, he did not chase him away. Thus, every time he mentioned complaining in front of Mo Guohao, Pan Hu would definitely be scared half to death, and immediately beg for mercy. However, he had miscalculated this time. Pan Hu was all smiles and said, "What explanation? There's nothing to explain." He had always been suppressed by Zhong Yongbi, and furthermore, because the latter had snitched on him, causing him to be scolded many times by Mo Guohao. How could he not feel angered? Unfortunately, Zhong Yongbi was an alchemy prodigy, and Mo Guohao was extremely fond of him. How could he win over him? He didn't even have the chance to take revenge. But this time was different. Who was Ling Han? Someone that even Mo Guohao had to respect, and you dare to disrespect him? You are seeking death. Pan Hu, it's fine if you commit evil at other times, and for the sake of Master, I can turn a blind eye, but this time, you actually bullied my brother. I definitely can't tolerate you anymore. Zhong Yongbi said balefully. Brother Bai, don't you think you're the one who's doing evil now that you're making malicious accusations without investigating the truth? Pan Hu said with confidence. This was the first time he realized that reasoning could actually be so enjoyable. Zhong Yongbi was taken aback. Since when had this guy become so stubborn? Usually, when had it not been him who only had to wear a solemn expression, and the other party would cower like a dog? Had the sun risen from the west? Pan Hu, are you really going to turn this into a serious matter? His expression darkened. What serious matter? Mo Guohao's voice was heard. Very soon he walked over, his face full of smiles. He was in an extremely good mood. Master! Zhong Yongbi hurriedly exclaimed, not giving Pan Hu the chance to speak first. I originally didn't want to ruin Master's mood, but Hu Zi has really gone too far this time. Mo Guohao gave an "oh" and asked, what's going on? He knew that this nephew of his was very unreasonable. However, after he had recently gotten together with Ling Han, he had actually changed his habit of leading a life of debauchery, bullying the weak and suppressing the good, which made him very pleased. What was it? It had only been a few days, and he had gone out of control again. He turned to look at Pan Hu, his gaze extremely sharp. However, when he saw Ling Han, his expression immediately softened, and he said, Young friend Ling, I have embarrassed himself in front of you. Pooh! Zhong Yongbi spluttered and coughed uncontrollably. What was going on here? He couldn't understand. Ling Han smiled and said, I think that Pan Hu is honest, young and promising. Being praised by Ling Han like this, Pan Hu felt his face burn. Fuck, what relation did he have with being honest? His mind was filled with thoughts of women and fun. He was indeed young, but what kind of promising man was he? Mo Guohao was taken aback. Ling Han actually had such a high opinion of Pan Hu? Could it be that he had misjudged this nephew? He turned to look at Zhong Yongbi and asked, How has Hu Zi gone too far? This. Zhong Yongbi hesitated. As long as he wasn't an idiot, he could tell how highly Mo Guohao thought of Ling Han, completely treating him as an equal. If he were to retaliate against Ling Han, the only result would be being harshly reprimanded by Mo Guohao, and then let Pan Hu watch a good show. And nothing, he said. Mo Guohao was astounded. Just now, he had said that he had gone too far, so why was everything all right now? Don't worry about young friend Ling. He's one of us, he said with a chuckle. He thought that Zhong Yongbi was trying to save some face for Pan Hu in front of outsiders. That's right, brother Bai. What did I do wrong? Tell me, and I will definitely accept humbly, and immediately change. Pan Hu took the chance to hit him when he was down. It was rare for him to have such a rare opportunity, so he naturally could not waste it. Looking at Zhong Yongbi's expression, he was filled with satisfaction. Following Ling Han was the right thing to do. He immediately turned the tables around and was singing the song of freedom. Zhong Yongbi was on the verge of tears. He didn't dare to speak ill of Ling Han now. I'm really fine. I was muddle-headed, he said. This time, he had to swallow this humiliation. Strange. Mo Guohao glanced at this disciple of his, and felt a little suspicious in his heart. However, this suspicion was quickly concealed by his joy, and he said, Young friend Ling, I am really too happy today. He invited Ling Han into the study, and how could Zhong Yongbi have the face to stay any longer? He hurriedly left with his brother. Mo Guohao and Ling Han settled the accounts. For the auction, Mercy Medicine Hall collected 20% as service fee. This was a little high, but taking into account Mo Guohao's part in it, 20% for commission was reasonable. Ling Han nodded. He could still obtain around 2 million. This was already an astonishing amount of wealth. However, young friend, you are really too amazing. It has only been a short few days, and you have already concocted so many Meridian exploration pills. This is really unbelievable. Mo Guohao sighed ruefully. Even if he went all out, could he concoct so many Meridian exploration pills in 3 to 4 days? Impossible. His success rate was at most 50%. Even if he did not sleep at all these 4 days, there was no way he could complete such a mission. In other words, Ling Han's success rate had to reach 80% or even higher to be able to accomplish such a magnificent feat. Inconceivable. This was too shocking. Ling Han merely smiled. There was not the slightest bit of difficulty in concocting this kind of low-level alchemical pill. If the cauldron still exploded, would he still be worthy of the title of Alchemy Emperor? Oh, that's right. The city lord should summon you in a few days, so you can make some preparations, Mo Guohao said seriously. After modifying the pill recipes for the Meridian Exploration Pill and the Mystical Power Pill, to say nothing of the city lord, if the Emperor of the Dark North Nation found out, he would probably make an exception and summon Ling Han to see him, because this was extremely likely to have far-reaching consequences. Ling Han didn't mind this, and simply nodded in acknowledgement. Now, though he had to start from the beginning again, how could his proud and aloof heart possibly change? Mo Guohao's opinion of this young man became gradually higher. Now, he was already so calm and unflustered in the face of honor and favor. This kind of mentality was really rare. His future accomplishments would be limitless. They conversed for a while, and Ling Han left with his little handmaiden. Chapter 3178. 3178 Rich Man's Formation. 3178 Rich Man's Formation. Ling Han returned to his residence, switched on the optical computer, and posted an offer to purchase. Request for amazing cloud fruit. Offer price is 2 million Dark North coins. Once this purchase offer was posted, it immediately attracted heated discussions, with many leaving comments below the post. Who would be so unruly and offer such a high price? That's right. Isn't this ruining the market price? Those two above must be jealous because they don't have the money. Who made it a rule that there must be a price restriction for buyers? This one is a real tycoon indeed, let's befriend. However, even if such a high price as 2 million is being offered, it's certain that there still won't be a deal. That's right. In the first place, amazing cloud fruits are rare, and with how difficult it is to harvest, there is absolutely no way to obtain them. There were also a great many people who requested for Ling Han's contact information, saying that they wanted to have a private chat, but Ling Han directly ignored them. All he wanted was the amazing cloud fruit, and he was completely uninterested in anything else. Since he had nothing else to do, he began to look around on the platform again. There are formations like this? The Thousand Clouds formation requires 30,000 jade seeds to be channeled. Once it begins, it can't be stopped. Refining the essence of all the jade seeds and transforming them into extremely dense energy can create an astonishing environment for cultivation. The time needed is only half a day. Ling Han couldn't help but feel tempted. If he really created such formations, just how much would his cultivation level advance? However, this formation was also called a rich man's formation, because if one was not a tycoon, how could he bear to use such an exorbitant amount as 30,000 jade seeds? Trill. The advancement in cultivation level by this half a day must be astonishingly fast, but if compared to the mystical power pill that was of the same value, the final result would definitely be that it would be more worthwhile to consume the mystical power pill. Furthermore, the advancement would not be just 1-fold or 2-fold, but rather 10-fold or 100-fold. The only advantage of this rich man's formation was that it was fast, and suited for speedy advancement. 30,000 jade seeds, or 3 million Dark North coins, is more than my net worth. However, I can give it a try. Ling Han was never stingy when it came to spending money. What was the point of not using the money he earned? He took a look. The principles of this formation were actually very simple. The only requirement was the jade seed, and a great number of jade seeds at that. It could be considered a super spirit gathering formation. I can't afford it now, so I'll just wait a few days. With the help of the modified version of the mystical power pill, Ling Han was confident that he could reach the 11 meridians in 10 days. Then, if this rich man's formation was powerful enough, he would be able to reach the 12 meridians in a short amount of time. Then in the martial arts tournament, he really could ignore anyone. I'll go and find old geezer Niu tomorrow. On the second day, he went to find Niu Huaqing. You want the 1,000 clouds formation? Even Niu Huaqing, who had commanded the winds and clouds all those years ago and treated money as dirt, was still shocked by Ling Han. This is the rich man's formation. Are you sure you possess the wealth of 3 million? No, Ling Han replied with a shake of his head. Right now, he only had over 2 million. Moreover, he had already paid 2 million in advance, so he would only be able to get it back if there was no deal within the next 3 days. However, he immediately continued, in another 6 days, I'm sure I will. 6 days later, the Mercy Medicine Hall would host the second auction. He was sure that earning 1 million wouldn't be a problem at all. Niu Huaqing looked at Ling Han in disbelief. Was this brat simply boasting? Did you think that money was so easy to earn? Even for him, if he wanted to earn 3 million in a short period of time, he would have to create a high-level formation. Unfortunately, that was in the past. The current him. Sigh, let's not talk about it. Do you want to make another bet? Ling Han asked with a smile. Niu Huaqing wanted to agree at once, but after some thought, this brat was indeed freakish. Not only was he a formations prodigy, he was also freakish in alchemy. Previously, hadn't he been taken by surprise and lost a bet? The Meridian exploration pill that Mo Guohao auctioned off yesterday, could it be related to you, brat? He suddenly exclaimed in shock, but after some thought, he shook his head. Impossible, this is a great dilemma that has troubled alchemy for 100 years. If you can solve it so soon after you come, that would be too inconceivable. Ling Han faltered for a moment. The old geezer was quite capable of making connections, but he wasn't bold enough. I'm leaving, he said. He had already found the method to create the 1,000 clouds formation. The other problem was how to get 30,000 jade seeds. Hey, where on earth are you going to get so much money from, brat? Niu Huaqing asked curiously. He was sure that Ling Han definitely didn't just want to learn this formation technique. Ling Han didn't reply, and simply waved his hand. Every day, he would concoct some Meridian exploration pills and mystical power pills. Then, he would continue cultivating, pushing his cultivation level to advance towards 11 meridians. 2 days later, no one accepted the purchase offer that he had posted. The advance payment was automatically returned. Another 4 days later, Mercy Medicine Hall held the second auction. This time, there were even fewer Meridian exploration pills. There were only 50, and yet they were auctioned off for a high price of 30,000 per pill. The total price was 1.5 million. Ling Han obtained another million in wealth all of a sudden. He went to buy the jade seeds. It was easy to pay. He only had to press his finger, and once the fingerprint was matched successfully, the money would automatically be transferred away. There was absolutely no need for him to bring cash with him, but to transport the 30,000 jade seeds back, he would need the shop to send out a car and deliver it. Now, everything was already prepared, and all that was left was for him to break through to 11 meridians. Soon. At most, it would take another 2 days. However, on the same day, he was summoned by the city lord, and made a trip. Feng Zixing, the city lord of Huju City, looked to be only in his 40s. His whole body exuding an astonishing vitality, as if he was a fierce beast that could burst out with astonishing power with a single move. He praised Ling Han for a while, but did not say anything specific. The time for an audience with him was even shorter than 5 minutes. After that, he had Ling Han return. What is the cultivation level of this Feng Zixing? Standing in front of him, I feel completely suppressed. It shouldn't be blood transformation tier, but rather a cultivation level above the blood transformation tier. However, no one has ever told me what cultivation level is above the blood transformation tier. Ling Han returned home. He decided to set aside these things first. What he had to do now was charge towards the 11 meridians, then the 12 meridians, and then the blood transformation tier. No matter where he was, strength was the true way to go, the true foundation and everything that mattered. 2 days later, Ling Han had already reached the peak stage of 10 meridians. I can now attempt to break through to 11 meridians. Ling Han went to sense the 11th meridian. He didn't need the help of the meridian exploration pill at all, and he quickly sensed it. Then, he guided heaven and earth's mystical power to charge at it, opening the meridian in a single strike. However, when the sun rose, the time that was suitable for cultivating had already passed. Activate the rich man's formation. Ling Han set up the 1,000 clouds formation. The 30,000 jade seeds were divided into 10 piles, and they were all like small mountains, looking extremely majestic. Come on! He used his spiritual power to stimulate the formations. Instantly, the 10 piles of jade seeds lit up. Then, pa, one after another, the jade seeds shattered. A soft jade light rose, turning into some kind of mysterious power that surged towards Ling Han. Boom! Ling Han felt his body tremble, and an incredibly deep power surged over madly. He hurriedly channeled the brother monkey cultivation technique, to absorb as much power as possible. Otherwise, if it overflowed out of the formations, it would be a complete waste. Chapter 3179. 3179 Kneeling Firmly. 3179 Kneeling Firmly. Boom! The 11th meridian was presently widening like crazy. The power that surged in was really too shocking. It washed over and over again through Ling Han's meridians, removing the impurities, making them even wider. There was no time limit. As long as the formation was still channeling, this kind of power would be endless. The 30,000 jade seeds seemed to be burning, releasing their essence, turning into endless energy to feed Ling Han. 11 meridians middle stage, late stage, peak stage. The speed of advancement was astonishingly fast. However, he had more or less exhausted the pile of jade seeds. It was really a rich man's formation. In just half a day, 30,000 jade seeds, which was equivalent to 3 million Dark North coins, were gone just like that. Just a little bit more. Ling Han thought to himself. He began to charge towards 12 meridians. He had sensed it. He guided the last bit of power to attack. Boom, 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 like floodwaters crashing onto the shore. Very quickly, the blocked meridians were opened, completing the first circulation. At this point, all 12 meridians had been unlocked. This was the pinnacle of Meridian opening tier. Brother, a voice suddenly rang out in Ling Han's mind. This was Brother Monkey. Ling Han was shocked. Brother Monkey had escaped. Don't be nervous. This is something that old Sun left in your head long ago. It will only be triggered when you reach 12 meridians. Brother Monkey's voice sounded again. So that was how it was. Ling Han nodded. What did Brother Monkey want to say to him that he had to do this? Previously, your cultivation level was too low, so it was meaningless to say anything. Thus, Old Sun stayed until this moment, Brother Monkey continued. In the ordinary sense, the peak stage of the Meridian opening tier is indeed the 12 meridians. However, if you want to pursue the pinnacle level, then you've only walked half the path of the Meridian opening tier. Aside from the 12 true meridians, there are also 8 extraordinary meridians in the human body. Extraordinary 8 meridians, also known as the hidden meridians. The difficulty of sensing them is 10 times more than the true meridians. Thus, there are pitifully few who can open the extraordinary meridians. However, in order to reach the peak of cultivation, you have to do what others can't. Brother, don't covet advancement. Although Meridian opening tier is insignificant, it's the foundation of a tall building. If the foundation isn't strong enough, there's no need to mention anything else. Remember. Ling Han listened quietly, but after committing it to memory, the monkey's voice no longer rang out. He mumbled, Brother Monkey didn't say at the time, probably because he was afraid of hurting Meal. Hee. Brother Monkey doesn't know that my willpower is tenacious. My goal was actually to break through to the pinnacle of every cultivation level. To be like everyone else means the person is destined to disappear within the masses. Therefore, to really be outstanding, relying on one's meridians being wider as compared to others is not sufficient. I still need to open up more meridians. Then if I can open up an extraordinary meridian, would it be comparable to the blood transformation tier? It'll probably be very difficult. After all, that is the gap between major tiers, but I'm sure that after opening up 4 to 5 meridians, my strength should not be inferior to that of the blood transformation tier. Alright, I'll work hard to earn money, and then set up another rich man's formation. The jade seeds had already been exhausted, and Ling Han stood up. He had initially thought that he would be able to break through to blood transformation tier, but unexpectedly he had only cultivated halfway through meridian opening tier. If he wanted to quickly increase his cultivation level, he would need to use the rich man's formation, or natural treasures such as the volcanic fruit. However, how could natural treasures be obtained just because he wanted them? Thus, it was naturally the former that was more practical. Ling Han began to concoct alchemical pills with all his might. Every single alchemical pill was a cornerstone for him to increase his strength. With one more alchemical pill, the cornerstone would be slightly more stable. He had tremendous pressure and motivation to earn money, so he began to attempt concocting 2 cauldrons worth of alchemical pills at once. Nothing was impossible. If he didn't try, how could there be a miracle? Moreover, this was only the lowest grade of alchemical pill, so there shouldn't be any problem. At this moment, Ling Han's meticulous control over his spiritual power finally revealed its might. He was able to multitask and take care of everything completely. Then could he concoct 3 cauldrons at the same time? With the motivation to earn money, Ling Han became even more fervent. 3 cauldrons. Yes, he could. Then, 4 cauldrons. 4 cauldrons. Could work too. 5 cauldrons. 5 cauldrons had failed. Ling Han shook his head. Right now, his limit was to multitask with 4 cauldrons. He couldn't divert any more attention. Otherwise, he would only ruin the entire situation. So be it if it was 4 cauldrons. At least, his efficiency had increased by 3 times. After 7 days, Ling Han had concocted a total of close to 900 meridian exploration pills. Even he found this a little hard to believe. This was really too crazy. And when Mo Guohao received these alchemical pills, he almost knelt on the ground. Even the reincarnation of the god of medicine would only be like this, right? Here, take my knees. I'm kneeling firmly. He already didn't know what else to say. Was this still an elementary level alchemist? No, even grandmasters would probably be dumbfounded and sigh in inferiority, if it was merely in terms of the concoction of meridian exploration pills. This young man was going to become the legendary god of alchemy. With so many meridian exploration pills, it is impossible to auction them off all at once. That way, it would not be able to get such a high price. After calming down, Mo Guohao returned to his true nature as a businessman. Ling Han nodded. You can slowly auction it off, but I need an advance payment. How much? Mo Guohao asked. Maybe 10 million, Ling Han said. Mo Guohao gritted his teeth. Ling Han was really not treating him with reserve. However, a meridian exploration pill was worth more than 20,000, and Ling Han could obtain at least 20,000. With close to 900 meridian exploration pills being produced, it was actually not too much for Ling Han to ask for an advance of 10 million. All right. He nodded. Actually, he did not have that much liquid funds, and needed to borrow some, but with his present reputation and status, what private bank would reject him? Mo Guohao was efficient in doing business, and in just 2 days, he had transferred all 10 million Dark North coins into Ling Han's account. Ling Han was extremely pleased. He could splurge for 3 more times. He bought another 90,000 jade seeds and practically gave the boss a fright. This guy was too rich and willful, wasn't he? When the jade seeds had been delivered, Ling Han activated the Thousand Clouds formation again. There were too many elites in the Dark North Nation. Merely having the title of Formation Master and Alchemist was not enough. Only true strength was what one could truly rely on. Boom, the rich man's formation was activated, and a large amount of mystical power surged out once more, surging towards Ling Han. Come, come, come. Ling Han channeled the brother monkey cultivation technique, stimulating this power to circulate within his body. The 12 true meridians were rapidly widening, and in just half a day, he had reached the pinnacle, unable to go any further. Otherwise, his meridians would only be shattered. All right, I'll sense for the extraordinary 8 meridians. Ling Han thought for a moment, then ingested a meridian exploration pill. Though he was confident in himself, with something that could clearly decrease the difficulty level, why did he have to make things difficult for himself? Just as Brother Monkey had said, the extraordinary 8 meridians were too difficult to sense. Even with the help of the meridian exploration pill. The meridian exploration pill should be more suitable for sensing the ordinary meridians. If one were to explore extraordinary meridians, its effectiveness might drop to 5% or even lower. Ling Han used his mental power and similarly examined himself, looking for a breakthrough point. Huan Shui come. Chapter 3180, 3180 Extraordinary 8 Meridians. 3180 Extraordinary 8 Meridians. Once the rich man's formation was activated, there was no way to stop, unless the energy was exhausted. At present, Ling Han was just looking for the meridian. He only needed a little bit of energy, and it would be a waste if he spent too much. There was no meridian for him to expand. Hence, it could not be wasted. The little handmaiden entered into the formation and absorbed the majestic energy. Her cultivation level instantly soared. The energy that she needed did not have to be too pure. From this aspect, the speed of her cultivation was enough to be 10 times faster than Ling Han. However, the efficiency of the Xianhuang technique was far from being comparable to the Brother Monkey cultivation technique. Thus, if Ling Han were to cultivate under normal conditions, it would actually be Ling Han that would be advancing slightly faster. Ling Han ignored her and focused completely on himself, exploring the first of the extraordinary 8 meridians. After about an hour, his body suddenly trembled, and he opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Young master, what's wrong?" Huan Shui hurriedly went to help him. The formation had stopped channeling half an hour ago, and the jade seeds had been completely expended. "I'm fine," Ling Han said with a smile, an expression of wild joy on his face. He found the first extraordinary meridian, but because the formation had stopped, he couldn't extract any power from it, so he couldn't open it. Ling Han placed the jade seeds in their proper positions, and began again. Boom, the surging power came again. Ling Han guided this power, and opened up the first extraordinary meridian. Then, he expanded it again and again, and his cultivation level increased extremely quickly. Another half-day passed, and Ling Han finally stopped. The first extraordinary meridian had already been expanded to the extreme. He did not use the last batch of jade seeds, because he first had to sense the second extraordinary meridian, which he would use the morning's cultivation time to open, and then use the rich man's formation to expand it to the extreme. Unfortunately, Ling Han didn't sense the second extraordinary meridian on the morning of the second day, which made him slightly disappointed. He turned on the optical computer and started to search on the online platform. He couldn't find any information about the extraordinary 8 meridians. Finally, he issued a bounty, and only then did someone answer. The extraordinary 8 meridians are known as the hidden meridians. It said that it also belongs to the meridian opening tier. In other words, the maximum limit for the meridian opening tier is 20 meridians. But for a long time, I've never heard of anyone unblocking an extraordinary meridian. It's just a legend. It's still a rumor. The extraordinary 8 meridians are the Du Meridian, Ren Meridian, Chou Meridian, Dan Meridian, Yangwei Meridian, Yinwei Meridian, Yinqi Meridian, and Yangqi Meridian. However, only their names are known, and it's hard to confirm whether they are real or fake. Though there was very little information, it was at least the only introduction to the extraordinary 8 meridians that Ling Han had obtained. Thus, he readily approved of this answer and paid. In any case, it was not expensive. Just 1 yuan. Unfortunately, Brother Monkey didn't say anything else, causing me to only be able to grope around blindly. Thankfully, I only have to continue sensing my meridians. Another day later, Ling Han finally sensed the second hidden meridian. He used the mystical power that came with dawn to open it, and then used the rich man's formation to expand it to its limit. One is on my back, one is on my abdomen, like one yin and one yang. Vaguely, my 12 meridians have also converged with them, and there is some kind of connection. My meridians are clear. I feel like there seems to be a great dragon hidden in my body, possessing the power to overturn rivers and seas. Oh, that's right. I should go and test out my current strength. He ran to the camp of the Xianqing banner. Because it was night, and he kept a very low profile, only the guards knew that he had come, and did not alert anyone else. He arrived at the training ground and found a strength tester. Pong! He shot out a punch, and as a result, it was a tragedy. This strength tester had actually been smashed by him forcefully, producing a loud sound. Fuck! Ling Han hurriedly broke into a run, because he had already heard the commotion. A great many people were rushing over. He ran out, and after a while, 3 people came out of the training ground, discussing animatedly. How strange. Who would be so bored to actually dismantle the strength tester? It couldn't have been damaged by someone, right? How could that be? That's enough to withstand the power of the peak stage of the 12 Meridians. When have you seen any captains destroy the strength tester during any demonstrations? But who would deliberately destroy the strength tester? Freak, right? A psycho. Retard. The 3 of them came to a conclusion, and thought that this person must be mentally abnormal. Fuck. Ling Han immediately dashed out from the shadows. Captain Ling. When the 3 people saw Ling Han, their faces were filled with pleasant surprise and incomparable admiration. In the end, they were violently thrashed by Ling Han, and screamed in pain. However, after Ling Han stopped, he tossed each of them a Meridian exploration pill, which could be considered as medical compensation. Hiss, what's wrong with Captain Ling? Why did he beat us up without rhyme or reason? Did he have his heart broken or something? This is Meridian exploration pill. Fuck, that's 5,000 per pill. We've made a profit this time. If being beaten up can be traded for a Meridian exploration pill, I'm willing to be trampled on every day. Captain Ling is too awesome. The 3 of them were confused at first, but soon became excited. If they knew that this was the modified Meridian exploration pill, they would definitely be even more pleasantly surprised. Aren't you on leave? Why have you come here? A cold voice rang out from behind Ling Han. Ling Han turned around, only to see Lien Xuerong standing behind him. He smiled and said, Banner Lord, I came to test my strength. You broke through to 11 Meridians? Lien Xuerong asked, surprise flashing across her pretty face. It had only been less than a month, and this brat had already advanced from 10 Meridians to 11 Meridians. This was truly amazing. Now it's the peak stage of the 12 Meridians, Ling Han said. Lien Xuerong's expression instantly froze. 12 Meridians? Was that possible? It had not even been a month. Do you think it will be like when you have just begun cultivating? Then with the spirit gathering formation, one can indeed achieve the miracle of breaking through to 2 consecutive levels in a single month. All right. Attack me with all your might, she recovered. Sure. Ling Han waved his fist, using Lien Xuerong as a strength tester. He wanted to see how far he was from the blood transformation tier after opening 2 extraordinary meridians. Lien Xuerong almost couldn't stop herself from kicking him. This brat's gaze was really too despicable. Come, she said coldly. She made up her mind to return Ling Han's punch with a palm strike to teach this brat a lesson. Ling Han gathered all his power, and then shot out a punch. This punch was extraordinarily fast. The power of the punch compressed the air, emitting sonic booms. As the force was released, it actually turned into a fist that was visible to the naked eye, that shot towards Lien Xuerong. This was because the speed of the punch was too fast, reaching or even surpassing the transmission of sound, so that the power of the punch became visible to the naked eye. Lien Xuerong instantly looked shocked. It should be known that even a 12 Meridians peak stage martial artist could not possibly make the speed of his fist reach the speed of sound. This was an ability that could only be possessed by a blood transformation tier elite. Thus, when she saw the momentum of Ling Han's punch, she was naturally stunned. If she didn't know that this guy was Ling Han, she would really think that it was a blood transformation tier elite making a move. Pang! The punch arrived. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.